Live stream is started. Sergeants, can you start your recordings?
PC recording is up.
Loud is started. Sergeants, can you give the opening?
Thank you. Good morning and welcome to the remote hearing on public safety. Will council members and staff please turn on their video at this time? Thank you. To minimize disruptions, please place all cell phones and electronics to vibrate. To send testimony, please send it to testimony@council.nyc.gov. Once again, that's testimony@council.nyc.gov. Chair, we are ready to begin.
Sorry. Good morning. I am Councilmember Camila Hanks, and I am Chair of the Committee on Public Safety. Thank you for joining our virtual hearing today held by the Committee on Public Safety. I am joined by committee members, Councilmember Bottcher, Councilmember De La Rosa, Councilmember Stevens, Councilmember Caban, Councilmember Holden, Councilmember Ariola, Councilmember Rita Joseph, Darlene Neely, Councilmember Brannan, Councilmember Williams, Councilmember Yeager, Councilmember Brewer, and we are also joined by Public Advocate Jamani Williams. Today's hearing will be an opportunity for this committee to conduct oversight of Mayor Eric Adams' blueprint to end gun violence. We would like to welcome NYPD Commissioner Keishant Sewell, Deputy Mayor Philip Banks, and MOCJ Director Deanna Logan and their respective teams for testifying today. Following nearly a decade of relatively low rates of gun violence, New York City has experienced a rise in shooting incidents in the recent years. Generally, this increase mirrors nationwide trends, which may indicate causes not unique to New York City, such as massive societal and economic disruptions from COVID-19 pandemic. Nevertheless, high rates of gun violence persist in certain areas of the city, and this council and the mayoral administration have an obligation to collaboratively to reverse these trends to improve public safety for all New Yorkers. To that end, the mayor's blueprint on gun violence represents the administration's vision for achieving improved public safety and reducing gun violence. These proposals aim to strike a balance between the effort to enforce gun possession laws, seize illegal firearms, and incarcerate gun offenders, and expand community-based solutions to crime, as well as increasing access to social services and resources for the city's most vulnerable communities. It is the council's responsibility to closely examine this proposal, monitor the implementation of any policy changes, and ensure the proper balance is struck between targeted law enforcement and preventative measures to address the root causes of violence. We must ensure that this approach protects the constitutional rights of all New Yorkers while keeping them safe. At today's hearing, we will explore how the administration's plans to achieve a safer city without returning to prior police practices that have been detrimental to our communities. Now I'd like to invite Public Advocate Jamani Williams to make an opening statement. Thank you. Public Advocate.
Everybody hear me? Awesome. Thank you so much. Peace and blessings to everyone. As mentioned, my name is Jamani Williams. I'm the public advocate for the city of New York. want to thank Chair Camilla Hanks for holding today's hearing and for allowing me some opportunities to speak on the mayor's blueprint to end gun violence. I'm thankful to see Commissioner Sewell here as well. The devastating rise in gun violence is alarming, and it's a tragedy, with 28 people shot over a weekend this month alone. I know the pain that these shootings can cause in communities that know too well the shock and trauma from this epidemic. We cannot accept this as normal, and we cannot go numb to the violence in our streets. I do appreciate that Mayor Adams' administration acknowledges gun violence as a public health crisis. Appreciate the work that both of us have done together over the years on this issue. And I agree that this issue is a public health issue. At the same time, I do not believe this blueprint and the parts that have been most focused on goes far enough to provide the immediate relief and long-term transformational change that is needed. There are very great spaces of agreement in this blueprint. An expanded summer youth employment program is a step in the right, an overlong direction to get resources to young people. In addition, the administration's desire to invest in mental health programs that offer direct need to people is a welcome announcement. The fact that we will be trying to structuralize some of the crisis management system into other agencies, the fact that there was agreement in trying to get other agencies to be looking at the CompStat numbers instead of just the NYPD. I'm not sure if those have moved along yet, but those are some areas that are agreement and need to be built out much more. The issue is that this blueprint does not go far enough on some of the other areas, and the emphasis on change doesn't seem to be in the areas that need the most transformation. In some areas, it takes a step back by using false narratives that drive gun violence. Focus on bail reform, as we know, is not the reason for the rise in gun violence in New York State nor across the nation. Raise the age is not the reason for the rise in gun violence, and I would love to see not just the age change of people who are shooting, but people not to shoot to begin with. We need an honest conversation to make meaningful change, to stop violence, to save lives. We can't use excuses of the past that resulted in the over-policing of communities of more color and mass incarceration, as we know it is unproductive and dishonest. We can and should do better to stop the violence in our communities. The mayor's blueprint should not result in something that appears like broken windows. The type of policing will not work to curb violence in our city. What we've learned in the past years is that officers are not needed to fix a broken window. Broken window doesn't always take the police to fix it. The mayor's subway safety plan is an example of sending police to eject or arrest people in the transit system. Addressing the problems seen across communities in the city or in our transit system should not solely depend on police and should not have police going there first. I recommend my office's newly updated Redefining Public Safety platform released in January. The platform's recommendations alone do not solve the epidemic of violence. The platform is designed to create a base to redefine, protect, and promote public safety in our city. City should invest more in the Mayor's Office of Gun Violence Prevention to target young people directly impacted by gun violence. Crisis Management System program should be embedded with the city agencies, as the mayor said back in January this year. Law enforcement's role in the public safety is also important. It should involve community stakeholders in CompStat meetings and policing strategies for transparency purposes, and so other folks can provide the services that they know they can in the same areas, the 30 zip codes that is being focused on. We have said for so many years that we know that the concentration of gun violence and where it is occurring. The neighborhoods that see the highest rates of shootings are the same neighborhoods with the highest rates of unemployment. They are the same neighborhoods that the highest COVID-19 cases during the height of the pandemic. They are the same neighborhoods facing a housing crisis and without access to education facilities that are properly funded and resourced. It's all going to be in the same community. I understand that there has to be accountability for violence in our communities. None of these things are about excuses. The problem is that we spend more on getting accountability than actually addressing the structural issues in the first place. If we want to get this right, we need to address these issues. We have an opportunity to get this right now. This administration needs to reimagine public safety for our city, so we're not apologizing for decisions we're making in a few decades like we did 40 years ago when we tried to address the same issues. I hope that this administration does not rely on the strategies that saw Black and brown New Yorkers over-policed and jailed. We have a preliminary budget that gives too much for the Department of Corrections and the NYPD while defunding community agencies like the Department of Education. We need to make sure people, especially young people, can get a chance to succeed rather than face the trauma and stress seen across previous administrations that deployed abusive strategies like the abuses of stop, question, and frisk. I look forward to the administration's testimony and planning, explaining its vision and goals to stop this epidemic of violence. Communities have the solution and the answers, and the administration should make sure to listen to these ideas. I'm proud to have been a leading voice on this issue now for over a decade. And even though many people fought best tooth and nail, we were able to show that you can lower arrests, lower incarceration, lower shootings, lower use of force in police, lower people actually accusing police of use of force. In 2018, 2019, when people were saying the same things, we actually showed that the city was the safest it's ever been. If you are a victim of crime, data means absolutely nothing to you. But many of us also said that crime would go up as we saw the pandemic impact. And so we should focus on what we know is working and works. Understand that our police are law enforcement partners. We have to stop asking them to do the work of so many others. It's unfair to them because they don't have the tools. It's unfair to the community. And I hope we can get together and get this right because we have to. Thank you so much. Peace and blessings.
Thank you. Thank you, Public Advocate Williams. Now I will turn it over to our moderator, Committee Counsel Josh Kingsley, to go over some procedural items.
Great, thank you so much, Chair. Good morning, everyone. I'm Josh Kingsley, Counsel to the Public Safety Committee. Before we begin testimony, I want to remind everyone that you will be on mute until you are called on to testify, after which you'll be unmuted by the host. I will be calling up panelists to testify. Please listen to your name to be called. I will periodically be announcing the next panelist who will be called. During the hearing, if council members would like to ask any questions of the administration over specific panelists, please use the Zoom raise hand function, and I will call on you in order. All hearing participants should submit written testimony to testimony@council.nyc.gov. The first panelists to give testimony today will be representatives from the administration. We will be hearing from the New York Police Department, the Mayor's Office of Criminal Justice, and the Deputy Mayor's Office. Testifying for NYPD will be the Police Commissioner Keechant Sewell, Kenneth Corey, who's the Chief of Department, Michael Lepretti, who's the Chief of Crime Control Strategies, James Essig, who's the Chief of Detectives, Thomas Galati, who's the Chief of Intelligence, Chauncey Parker, who's the Deputy Commissioner of Community Partnerships, Oleg Janowski, who's the Assistant Deputy Commissioner, Christine Ryan, who's the Deputy Commissioner of Management and Budget, Danielle Pemberton, who's the Deputy Commissioner of Strategic Initiatives, and Inspector Mark Iocco. Testifying for MOCJ will be Deanna Logan, who's the Director of MOCJ, Jessica Mofield, who's the Executive Director of the Office of Neighborhood Safety, Renata Francois, who's also from the Deputy Director, who's also from the Office of Neighborhood Safety, Dana Kaplan, who's the Deputy Director of MOCJ for Justice Initiatives, and Nadine Malay, who's the Executive Director of Capital Projects. Finally, we will also be hearing from Deputy Mayor Philip Banks, as well as Tiffany Raspberry, who's the Senior Advisor for External Affairs, Justin Mayers, who's the Chief of Staff, and Ama Duimo, who's the Special Counsel to the Mayor. Apologies if I mispronounced any names in that process. I will now be calling on representatives of the administration to testify. Before we begin, I will administer the oath. So members of the administration, I'm going to unmute you all at once, and we will call on you collectively to affirm the following statement. So please raise your right hands and repeat "I do" after I kind of say the following. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth before this committee, and to respond honestly to council member questions?
I do.
Excellent. Thank you all. You may begin.
Good morning, Chair Hanks and members of the Committee on Public Safety. My name is Philip Banks. I am the Deputy Mayor for Public Safety, and I'm joined here today by Police Commissioner Keechant Sewell and Deanna Logan, who's the Director of Mayor's Office of Criminal Justice. Together, we are here as the Adams Administration's Public Safety Team. We are here before you, and we're grateful for this opportunity to come before you to discuss the Mayor's vision for public safety and justice for New Yorkers. Mayor Adams' commitment to dedicated public safety resources is demonstrated by the creation of the leadership team that sits before you today. We are working together collaboratively to execute the Mayor's comprehensive vision for safety in our city. Our blueprint to end gun violence is a critical component of the mayor's vision for a multi-agency roadmap acknowledging that public safety requires the collective action of all of the city resources, all of the resources to prevent and end gun violence. As Mayor Adams made clear, our blueprint demonstrates that the path to true safety traverses accountability, united with innovative solutions that support healthy communities by tackling mental health challenges, providing quality education, and creating economic opportunity, interrupting these cycles of violence, enhancing the quality of life, and ensuring that the criminal justice system delivers fair and equitable treatment. What we are asking for are practical measures that the vast majority of New Yorkers support. 2/3 of New Yorkers want action on crime, and that's what we would like to achieve. We are doing this with robust and sustained coordination across city agencies, elected officials, law enforcement partners, and community organizations. We all, everyone, wants a safe New York, and we all have a role to play in accomplishing it. We are employing both intervention and prevention. We are committed to addressing the root causes of our challenges as a city and helping our young people on a better path long before they pick up a gun. During our first 2 months, we deepen our efforts to get guns off the streets, which the Police Commissioner will discuss in more detail. We further reinforce our commitment to a public health approach to safety, which Director Logan will discuss with you as well. I personally have met with multiple stakeholders, many people on this call today, on this line today, to understand our challenges and use those conversations to advise Mayor Adams on how to leverage the city's many resources to not only meet our challenges, but to overcome them. I will now turn it over to the Police Commissioner.
Good morning, Public Advocate Williams, Chair Hanks, and members of the council. Let me start by thanking the council for the opportunity to discuss this vital issue and the steps the NYPD has taken and will be taking in furtherance of Mayor Adams' blueprint to combat the gun violence in our city. I am joined today by members of my executive staff who will assist me in answering your questions. As New York City fights its way back to normalcy from a worldwide pandemic, we are faced with many challenges. I would argue that first among them is restoring the public's sense of safety. To that end, the NYPD is doing its part to ensure that those who victimize our communities, particularly with the use of illegal firearms, are quickly identified and arrested. Whether it be through strategic deployments of our officers, the focused daily efforts of our neighborhood safety teams, public safety teams, and field intelligence officers, combined with meticulous long-term investigations by our gun suppression division, coordination with our local, state, and federal law enforcement partners, or local and federal prosecutors, we are identifying, targeting, arresting, and building strong prosecutions against gun carriers and trigger pullers in our city. But the NYPD's commitment to keeping this city safe is not built simply on arrests and incarceration. In fact, considerable focus and significant resources are dedicated to preemption and prevention as an alternative to enforcement. A strategy aimed at avoiding violence, victimization, and exposing individuals who are willing to accept intervention from ever having to be subjected to the criminal justice system. This is accomplished through the Intelligence Bureau's Predictive Violence Report, which leverages real-time intelligence about where violence is occurring and anticipates where retaliatory violence will occur, and shares this information with our non-law enforcement partners who are empowered to effectively interrupt the cycle of violence. It is accomplished through our ceasefire initiative, which connects us, members of the clergy, and other partners with at-risk individuals and offers them alternatives to crime and violence before the cycle of violence even begins. It is through programs like our Kids First initiative, which comprises education, employment, activities, workshops, sports, and mentoring as part of an unwavering effort to connect kids far in advance of them engaging in any behavior that may expose them to the criminal justice system. But we need to acknowledge a reality. There are individuals in our society those few that have shown their commitment to violence and the victimization of children, families, and communities that must not be free to walk among us and allow the continue to terrorize this city. These crimes and conditions are distressing, and we must work together to stop this violence and criminality. We must do everything in our power to ensure a criminal justice system that is fair and just for everyone, but that also establishes and delivers clear consequences for those who would do us harm. I commit to working with our partners, including our sister agencies and the communities we all swore to serve. To combat the outbreak of gun violence in our city, Mayor Adams has put forth a comprehensive agenda. The mayor's blueprint to end gun violence is a holistic and multidimensional approach to what is, at its core, a crisis which threatens the safety of every neighborhood if we do not all together embrace much needed change to thwart the feeders of criminality. The NYPD's role in carrying out the blueprint is significant but not exclusive, and the success of our plan and our collective safety will hinge on every stakeholder executing and building upon the mayor's vision. It will hinge upon information sharing between agencies to get help and intervention for juveniles starting on the wrong path. It will involve crisis managers interrupting emerging disputes before they metastasize into violence. It will rely upon seamless coordination between local, state, and federal law enforcement to interdict guns being funneled into our city. It will hinge on the NYPD arresting those carrying guns and those who use them. And it will depend on violent criminals being prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law. As the mayor has said on a number of occasions, there is no one solution that will resolve this crisis. I am here today to voice my agency's commitment to prioritize our part. Consistent with the blueprint, we have deployed neighborhood safety teams to 27 precincts and 4 housing police service areas so far. Over the last 13 months, these precincts have accounted for 80% of New York City shooting incidents. The neighborhood safety teams are primarily tasked with addressing violence, seizing illegal guns, and apprehending the offenders who use them. To be clear, these are not the anti-crime units of old. Officers, detectives, and supervisors serving on the neighborhood safety teams are individually selected and thoroughly vetted, received enhanced training prior to deployment, wear a hybrid uniform that clearly identifies them as police, wear body cameras, and have their camera footage and activity routinely audited by designated supervisors and the Risk Management Bureau. As part of the standing up of these teams, we wanted to assuage concerns born out of past practices. That is why we have conducted community briefings, briefed this council, answered questions, and addressed concerns, and will continue to do so going forward. We have also begun a citywide strategic deployment of officers assigned to various non-patrol commands, while at the same time conducting a top-to-bottom review of all uniformed officers assigned to administrative duty in order to identify efficiencies and civilianize certain positions, with our goal of bolstering our patrol strength. We are leveraging our local, state, and federal partnerships in innovative ways, whether through cooperation with the state police to secure our city's entry points to thwart the influx of out-of-state illegal firearms, or bringing over 20 federal, state, and city law enforcement agencies and prosecutors together daily as part of the Gun Violence Strategic Partnership to track the origin and history of firearms, to identify trigger pullers, and to ensure every lever of justice and system is engaged in their cases from arrest to arraignment through trial and while on supervised release. For long-term gun and violence investigation, we leverage our Gun Suppression Division, which builds complex cases against those trafficking and using firearms, and works with our local and federal prosecutors on complex prosecutions, and is responsible for many of our gang takedowns that have immediate and significant impact on reducing gun violence in affected communities. We will continue to use science and the most cutting-edge technology to ensure proper identification of suspects and to build ironclad cases to secure successful prosecutions. We will continue working diligently in support of the mayor's vision of preemption. This includes supporting crisis managers in the prevention of violence, identifying additional employment, extracurricular activities and programs for our youth, working with our sister agencies to intervene with at-risk youth and those supporting those suffering from mental illness with co-response strategies and cooperation with the Be Heard initiative. No tactic or strategy will go unexplored in our forward-facing approach to crime and gun violence. Council members, we know how to take guns off the streets and out of the hands of violent criminals. But as we and everyone who lives in this city has sadly witnessed, there is much more that needs to be done. And I firmly believe that if we all do our part in operationalizing the blueprint, we will save lives. Not only the lives of victims, but the lives of those whose course in life we are still able to correct. Together, we will stem the tide and emerge a stronger, safer, fairer, and more united city. Thank you, and we look forward to being able to answer your questions.
Thank you, Police Commissioner. Is there other individuals from the administration who are delivering a statement now?
Yes, good morning.
Go ahead.
Good morning, Chair Hanks, Public Advocate Williams, and members of the Committee on Public Safety. I'm Deanna Logan, and I am the Director of the Mayor's Office of Criminal Justice, affectionately referred to as MOCJ. With me here in the room today are members of MOCJ who are boots on the ground for delivering a lot of the services that we'll talk about this morning. Thank you for inviting us here today. And as you have heard, Deputy Mayor Banks and Police Commissioner Sewell shared our vision of public safety as a communal responsibility. We are committed to strengthening and building healthy communities, defined by the residents that live in those communities, to produce sustainable safety. MOCJ's Office of Neighborhood Safety, referred to as ONS, is central to the city's public health approach to safety. We partner with community-based organizations on various anti-gun violence initiatives, prioritizing community engagement with the people and organizations that are most affected by gun violence remains at the center of our approach to address the root causes of gun violence. Our crisis management system model deploys teams of credible messengers, community members whose backgrounds allow them to connect with and motivate at-risk individuals to 31 sites where they implement the Cure Violence model of mediating conflicts on the street and directing New Yorkers to services that create peace and support healing. These services include year-round employment programs, mental health services, trauma counseling, and other opportunity-centered resources. This initiative has brought measurable benefits to communities citywide. Research found that across CMS sites, shooting victimization fell by 28% over the first 24 months following a site launch, compared to the 24 months prior to the launch, with gun injuries down 33%. Researchers also found that the CMS, or Crisis Management System, increased trust in police and decreased residents' reliance on violence to settle disputes. Additionally, our work includes preventative upstream community-based interventions, employing internationally recognized models of community engagement centered in community residents' ability to co-create safety where they live through innovative problem solving. The signature initiative of Neighborhood Stat brings together residents, community stakeholders, and city agency representatives to identify, solve public safety and quality of life issues. Residents take the lead in safety realization efforts through partnerships with community organizations and various city agencies, including NYPD, Parks Department, the Department for Aging, NYCHA, and the Department of Sanitation. ONS's work is a shining example of the administration's commitment to supporting enhancing all pathways to safety. MOCJ continues its coordination with criminal justice stakeholders to identify and alleviate challenges to the efficient operation of the criminal justice system. In the wake of COVID-19, our criminal justice stakeholders worked together to meet the significant operational challenges posed by the pandemic. While criminal justice stakeholders have returned to full operation in person, coordination and cooperation is required to address the new challenges that are the result of the last 2 years. We are reviewing pretrial services and the tools that we provide the court to determine ways to strengthen and enhance those tools. The Office of Court Administration committed additional resources and staffed up dedicated courtrooms for gun cases and is continuing its work and our work with the district attorneys and the defense bar to address the current backlog of over 3,000 cases in New York City courts. All of the criminal justice stakeholders have reaffirmed their commitment to working collaboratively to address the entire backlog of cases that we face as a result of the pandemic. Collectively, I am confident we will meet those challenges. Thank you again for having us here, and I turn it back to DM Banks to close out our remarks.
So Chair and members of the council, this is just a glimpse into the importance of how the mayor feels about this hearing and his blueprint, as illustrated by who's here, and we are willing now to answer questions.
Thank you so much. We will turn to Chair Hanks for opening questions, followed by council members. Chair Hanks, you may go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you, Police Commissioner Sewell, Deputy Mayor Banks, and MOCJ's Director Logan. I just want to acknowledge my colleagues that have joined: Councilmember Barron, Councilmember Osei, Councilmember Nurse, and Majority Whip Brooks Powers have joined. The first questions that I have are going to surround around the selection of officers. How were the officers selected to be a part of the neighborhood safety teams, and what additional training would be provided to the officers who are selected? And when we talk about training, please give us a glimpse of what types of training has been is being done with the neighborhood safety teams.
Okay. Commissioner.
Good morning, Chair Hanks.
Morning.
So really three big things that differentiate the neighborhood safety teams from the anti-crime teams of old can be summed up as selection, training, and oversight. So when we speak about selection and how the officers are selected, to begin with, they've all volunteered to even be considered for the assignment. They're then recommended by their commanding officer based on that commanding officer's review of the individual's past performance. And then that recommendation is forwarded to the borough commander in that particular area where they'll be working for approval. Ultimately, those list of recommendations found its way to our Risk Management Bureau. And our Risk Management Bureau did an extensive dive into each of these individuals, and they looked at certain things like past complaints, any prior disciplinary action, their performance evaluation, any civilian complaints, any civilian commendations for that matter. And then perhaps most importantly, using a tool that wasn't even available to us just a few years ago, they reviewed body camera footage of these officers' encounters with individuals that were taking place in the present to try to determine whether or not they approached their duties properly, whether they treated people with dignity and respect, whether they applied the law correctly. So then after that approval process took place and the individuals that were ultimately selected proceeded on to training. A comprehensive 7-day training module was created just for these neighborhood safety teams. The course focused heavily on de-escalation tactics, constitutional policing, risk identification and mitigation, active bystandership for law enforcement, that science of intervention, a heavy emphasis placed on law and risk management to make sure that the members assigned to these teams know what they can legally do within the scope of their employment and within the purview of the United States Constitution and the New York State Penal Law. So that curriculum includes 2 days of courtroom testimony, 3 days of tactics training, including the use of minimal force techniques, and then 2 days of risk management training. I'd also like to point out at this point that some of the officers that were initially selected and vetted were subsequently removed from training, and the decision was made that they would not be assigned to these teams because of their performance in training, because the instructors saw things as they went through the real world scenarios that they were tasked with completing that maybe raised alarm bells and said, maybe this person is not a good fit for this assignment. And so we did not assign them to that. And then the final piece I mentioned was the oversight. And the oversight here is really critical. So to begin with, that starts at the lowest level. A team consists of 5 officers and 1 sergeant. That sergeant has no other responsibilities other than the supervision of those 5 officers assigned to the public safety team. There are similar levels of oversight that take place then at the precinct commander level, at the patrol bureau level, at the chief of patrol's office, my own office, and then our risk management bureau has a team of personnel solely dedicated to reviewing and analyzing the performance of officers assigned to these neighborhood safety teams. That would include a review, certainly of their body camera videos. It's going to include a review of their paperwork. It's going to look at the outcomes of various arrests and other situations that they're involved in. And ultimately, then, all of that also falls under the purview of the court-appointed federal monitor, who also has complete access to all of that same information so that they can assist us in reviewing their performance.
Thank you. So what about the demographics of the neighborhood safety teams? Many of my constituents, and I would imagine my colleagues also got these questions. Do they reflect the communities in which they're going to be serving?
Well, they largely reflect the demographics of the department. So the current demographics of the neighborhood safety teams, and I'll contrast that with the demographics of the police department. 3.5% Asian. The department as a whole is 9.9% Asian. The neighborhood safety teams, 16.6% Black. The department, 15.3% Black. 38.2% Hispanic for the neighborhood safety teams versus 30.2% for the police department as a whole. Native American, 0, and then 0.1% for the department. And then white, 41.7% of neighborhood safety team members are white versus 44.5% of the department as a whole.
Thank you. So when we talk about oversight and transparency, what additional oversight or safeguards will be implemented to ensure the neighborhood safety teams are not engaging in over-aggressive policing practices?
So as I mentioned, starting at the sergeant level and then up to the precinct commander level, that review that will continually take place of incidents that the officers are involved in. So that body camera review, there are certain body camera videos that must be reviewed by the supervisor, by the precinct commander, and again, ultimately by the chief of patrol's office, my own office, and our risk management bureau. Those would certainly include any incidents in which force was used, all incidents that result in an arrest, Those would be mandatory, that supervisors review those videos and critique their performance and make sure that everything was appropriate. And then there's a sampling of videos that are also going to take place of other encounters that don't lead to those outcomes, to ensure that the officers are performing their duties in accordance with the Constitution, that everyone's rights are being protected, and that, quite frankly, that they are using sound tactics and engaging with people the way that we want them to engage.
Thank you. In our preliminary budget hearing, many of my colleagues raised questions and concerns regarding the neighborhood safety team rollout, and many were not contacted or made aware. How will NYPD address this, and what measures will you take to ensure that this is a working partnership and the lines of communication are open?
So, Chair Hanks, I will apologize for that, because that was done through my office, and we thought that we had contacted everyone. When I hosted the borough-based listening sessions, we invited a wide range of community leaders, clergy members, members of our crisis management system, and a number of elected officials participated, both from the city, state, and congressional level, were present for those calls. We also did a call working in conjunction with the council speaker. We did a presentation to members of the council. So if there are members that were not included in those, I apologize for that. It was never our intention to exclude anyone. At the local level, meetings are ongoing before these teams roll out. So the local precinct commander convenes a community roundtable, again, with community leaders, with members of the crisis management system and others, so that they can have conversations with those neighborhood safety team members, so that the team members can hear directly from the community what their concerns are, what their expectations are. And then at a precinct community council meeting, the very next scheduled precinct community council meeting, those neighborhood safety team members are introduced to the larger community as a whole. And we want them to continue that level of community engagement and to continue to build and deepen those relationships within the community.
Thank you. In regard to increased resources for Gun Violence Suppression Division, what resources does the Gun Violence Suppression Division currently have, and what makes up the Gun Violence Suppression Unit?
How you doing? Good morning. Chief Jimmy Essick, Chief of the Detectives. Currently, the Gun Violence Suppression Division has 201 total uniformed members of the service. That's from a deputy chief all the way down. 50 police officers, 120 detectives. What the Gun Violence Suppression Division does is they do focused, targeted cases on the most violent offenders, which is crews and gangs in New York City. We also, one of the new things we're doing now is tracing the guns, which we're doing cases on guns that have multiple uses throughout different boroughs, ballistic hits, if you will. So that's one of the new functions of the Gun Violence Suppression Division, but they mostly work on historical violent cases against the gangs and crews who are doing the violence. And then we have a subset of that who works on individuals who are involved in violence. But they are fully staffed right now at 201 total MOS.
Thank you. Regarding the use of technology to identify suspects who carry guns, what technologies does the department intend to use? Facial recognition, body scan technology? How will the department ensure that facial recognition is accurate? And how will the department identify potential suspects?
Before we go into that, Oleg, I'd just like to say, Chair, is that the mayor is very big on looking and exploring at technology as a way to fight crime. So I have, and so as members of his media staff, we are looking and exploring various different issues when it comes to technology. No decision has been made at all on what technology we're going to use. He has just asked us to explore and to look collectively and attentively into what can make New York City as safe as we possibly can. Of course, constitutionally and being fair. and being open, which would mean that members who are on this call from the city council will be very much aware of any of the intentional technology that we are looking to utilize. So he has tasked me with looking at that, and I'm doing that in coordination with all of the public safety agencies. As of now, there is no decision that has been made to do anything other than what is being currently used now. And Jimmy, you can take it from here. Unless you have any other questions on that specific topic, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you for the question, council member. So I just add to what the deputy mayor just said. The current use of technology is, you mentioned facial recognition, for example. That's something that we use. Our policy is posted on our website as part of the post-act disclosure. Creating our policy, we put it, before we finalized it, we put it out for public comment. We received those comments. We made adjustments based on those comments before we finalized the policy. But the important thing, when you talk about in particular facial recognition is, or any other technology, are the legal safeguards and the fairness safeguards that are put in place. So legally speaking, we examine every use of our technology to ensure that it comports with constitutional legal standards. At the end of the day, and this is the important thing to recognize, is whatever evidence we collect through the use of technology ultimately must be introduced in court in support of the prosecution. So if we are using a particular technology or collecting evidence in any kind of illegal or unconstitutional way, that doesn't benefit us or doesn't benefit the prosecution or the victim. So this evidence will not make it into court if it doesn't pass constitutional muster. So that's point one, is that it is done constitutionally and in accordance with the law. With respect to facial recognition, there are multiple layers overlaid on top of the software, and I understand that some of the criticisms of the software is that it has mishits. And what we did here at the NYPD is that we overlaid a human component. So we have a hybrid system. So once the software only hits against certain photos in the arrest photo database. Two, if there is a hit, it then has to be reviewed by trained individuals in the detective bureau, and they must agree with the software hit. And once that is corroborated by the human element, it still comes as the lead is given to the case detective with a big banner across the top says, this is not probable cause to make an arrest. So just the fact that the software hit plus the detective in the facial recognition unit agreed with that software, that still is not sufficient to establish probable cause for an arrest. The case detective can use that as a lead and investigate, and if the determination is made that the result of facial rec, the individual was out of the country at the time of the crime, then that lead is not pursued and the case takes a different path. So we overlaid multiple layers on top of the software to ensure that any mistakes or misidentifications by the software is avoided.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Before I get into questioning for Mark J, my final question is, how will the department evaluate the success of the neighborhood safety teams, and what metrics will be used to define success?
So how do we measure the success? Well, I mean, the ultimate measurement of success would be a reduction in crime with more successful prosecutions, which are going to be a prime factor in gauging the effectiveness of the teams. The metrics that we use are not so much based on the quantity of arrests that the officers make, but really on the quality of arrests. That we want them focused on the people who are driving violence in the community, who are carrying guns in the community, and that's where we want their enforcement efforts focused. So it goes beyond just the number of arrests. It's who's being arrested, what are they being arrested for, and then ultimately, what is the prosecution outcome of that case? Because if we are not building successful cases, if we are not ensuring that everyone's rights are violated and we're bringing the prosecutor the best possible case for prosecution, then quite frankly, we aren't doing our job very well.
Thank you very much. So I'm going to move over to some questions for Mokshay, the Empowering Violence Interrupter Citywide. What is the current funding allocated for the Crisis Management System, CMS, and how has that amount changed in recent years?
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning. So yes, you're unmuted. I'm going to give it to Jessica Mofield to give you the full numbers, but I can tell you for FY22, the total budget was 135 million, essentially.
Good morning, all. I hope you all are well. This investment has grown since the initial advocacy from Public Advocate Williams and others that are still currently a part of the council, from about $14 million. In 2014, we've been able to triple that to the $135 million that we now see in FY22.
Thank you. Thank you. Does the administration plan to commit additional budget resources to funding CMS in subsequent years, expand catchment areas of existing or new providers?
Yes, we do. In the ways that we would go about, looking at expansion in existing precincts or new precinct areas that rank within the top 10 for the city is through looking at quantitative data that will come from our partners at NYPD to kind of look at the spots that have the highest propensity of violence, and also qualitative and anecdotal information from community members to kind of guide the programmatic boundaries of where those strategic investments should go.
Thank you. So what obstacles does the administration anticipate in expanding the scope of operations of CMS, and how does MOCJ evaluate the effectiveness of programming in which it funds? What metrics will MOCJ use to determine the effectiveness of organizations that are funded?
So we currently partner with John Jay and also NORC to evaluate the effectiveness of the crisis management system. What we're currently looking to do now is identify racial equity metrics that do not heavily rely on CompStat data to evaluate the quality of life that's within a particular precinct, the number of interruptions and community activities, the number of referrals and connections to resources that we're able to make for community members, and also the number of participants. In addition to looking at the trends of how homicide, shootings, and also shots fired have decreased in a particular area, laid on top of the ways that we're able to meet the social determinants of health through the programs that we implement. There is a report that John Jay is currently working on now that's directly connected to CIPRA funding. That's connected to the cost per implementation through CIPRA, that's connected to the federal government, to actually continuing and expanding the evaluation of new sites that have come on board to do Medicaid cost analysis to see how we can continue to put money back into community based off of Medicaid cost savings.
And just to be clear, when we're talking about CIPRA, we're talking about the partnership with Treasury. The federal government has a program to pay for performance, the research going into the measurements of the impacts of the crisis management system.
Thank you so much. I have no further questions. Josh, you can move it over to my colleagues who have questions. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Chair. We'll now turn to council member questions. For council members, we'll have 5 minutes of questions for each member. We'll be hearing from Councilmember Barron, followed by Councilmember Osei, followed by Councilmember Caban, followed by Councilmember Nurse.
Starting time.
Well, thank you very much. First of all, been a veteran in this business for a long time, and we hear all the same rhetoric year after year, but the rhetoric doesn't usually match the reality. So let's take a few things. First of all, a 3-year-old was shot in my district, and I just want all of you to know I met with the mother and met with her beautiful young girl. They're doing fine, and we're going to provide them with counseling and other services. But here's some factual stuff. Every time we talk about crime, because crime is a very emotional issue, So politicians manipulate the emotions of people. And the minute you want to stop crime, more cops, more policing. Let's look at the facts. When I came into the city council in 2001, the budget for the police department was $3 billion. The head count was 25,000. Now it's $11 billion, not 5.4 billion, because when you add fringe benefits and when you add pension and when you add other pieces to it, it's an $11 billion budget with a 50,000 head count. And this year, crime went up. When the mayor put the street crime unit, that he's changing the name to neighborhood safety and giving them vests and giving them, cameras, the bottom line, that street crime unit came with Giuliani, and they were horrific in our communities. But let's say he made change in personnel in that. Well, when they came out that Monday, the Monday before they were deployed, 13 people were shot. The Monday after they were deployed, 28 people were shot, including the 3-year-old in my district. That is not working. And when you look at the crime stats in the 75th precinct, in my precinct area from 2001, when Man Up Inc. and myself and others, we got into other aspects of making the community safe, crime went down in every area. When de Blasio disbanded the street crime unit in 2020, crime went down. Crime is up now, pandemic or whatever the reason, it's up high, and we got more money for the police department than it ever had before. And by the way, the police department pays $513 million in overtime pay. That's 1/3 of the 1.4 billion that's paid to all agencies. And they increased this budget by 76 million for more overtime. More overtime. More overtime means more arrests, more time in courts, more filling out paper in our communities. This particular blueprint, he's against no cash bail. He wants them to put the word dangerous in there, giving the judges more discretion. That's why we had no cash bail in the first place. 98% of the people that were out for no cash bail, minor crimes, not violent crimes, did not commit another crime. You all need to stop that. Stop using that as a rationale for doing this over policing. And then when you look at the raise the age, he wants them to go into adult court instead of the youth court. Ridiculous. And when you look at solitary confinement, so, it's going to be different. We're going to have more out of cell time. You know where that out of cell is? It's a little cell right in front of the cell. They're still isolated instead of segregated and given the social services that they need to stop violence in prison. Bottom line, poverty is the root causes to crime. Unemployment is the root causes to crime. And I think the most valuable thing we can do is the CMS, is the pure violence, is the violence interrupters. Man Up Inc. is doing an awesome job in our community. Life Camp under Erica Ford is doing a great job in Queens. So we need to not do 100 and some odd million. We need $1 billion in this program so that at least every community, every borough should have 100 million toward violence interruption. So when you come at this and you say you're going to do jobs for the youth over summer, 100,000 jobs, 150 to 200,000 youth are applying for them, that is not enough. So finally, I say that the best way to cure crime is to battle it with poverty, deal with the youth entrepreneurship program. They should be funded. We should have more trade schools.
Time expired.
More trade schools. I'll be finished in a minute. Trade schools in our communities. We should have much more of that so that we're dealing with the real root causes to crime. That 3-year-old was shot in an area where we didn't have no violence interrupters in that particular area, but we did have police, and it did not stop. The violence interrupters, they know our community. And I think that's the way to go. This blueprint, 75% of it is policing, 25% of it is lip service toward mental health and youth entrepreneurship. The dollars don't match. The dollars simply don't match. Mayor, we cannot police our way out of this. You can't turn our communities into a police state. We have to have poverty, unemployment, mental health, education, cultural. Don't build more precincts, build more youth centers. I think those things, when they adequately address, not with lip service and chump change, but really address with putting your money where your mouth is. And at this state, it is not there. The money is in the police department and policing more than the social services. Thank you.
Councilmember Barron, I wholeheartedly understand the need for other programs, and I think the New York City Police Department and the mayor has shown a commitment to working with our partners, and we're continuing to do that going forward. These anti-crime teams are not the anti-crime teams of old. They are neighborhood safety teams. They look different. They're vetted different. There is significant oversight to these teams.
In all due respect, Commissioner, in all due respect.
Please, excuse me, I'm sorry.
In all due
We also have a
respect, no,
commitment
only because I don't have, I'm
well,
not trying to stop. In all due respect, you just changed the name, you changed some personnel, but the policy, and you even want to bring back broken windows, which is a racist policy, whether a Black officer does it or a white officer does it. So it doesn't matter if the personnel changes, if the policy doesn't change. We don't want to change in the complexion, we want to change in the direction. And I'm sorry interrupting you, but I heard so much rhetoric for 30 years that it's hard to keep hearing the same old, and not seeing any different results.
I respectfully disagree.
Thank you, Councilmember Barron and Police Commissioner. We'll move on to Councilmember Osei, followed by Councilmember Caban, followed by Councilmember Nurse, followed by Councilmember Williams.
Starting time.
Good morning, everyone, and thank you, Chairwoman Hanks, for having this discussion. This past weekend, or on Friday afternoon, a 19-year-old Black woman hopped over a turnstile in my district and was faced with aggression by NYPD officers. She was physically attacked by them after she went over to the turnstiles on the other side when listening to their demands. Over the footage, while they were holding her and slamming her head into a wall, one of your officers said, quote, and excuse my language, "I'll pop you in your fucking mouth," end quote. So the question that I have for you, especially since some of the vetting that you're doing for this neighborhood safety team, is that you're implementing reviewing of body cam footage. I do want to ask if you have all of these standards, like reviewing body camera footage to see if cops treat people with dignity and respect in order to get into the community safety job. What happens to the officers who don't get in? Do they fail that test but stay on the streets and continue to slam my constituents' heads into walls while threatening them over footage of body cam?
So, council member, for starters, I would like to invite you to come in and look at the body camera footage from that incident with me.
I saw it.
If you saw it in its entirety, sir, then you did
yes,
not
I did.
quite
I saw it in its entirety.
correctly.
I did,
The
yes. So in the footage, for the record, in the footage, so people can know, the officers are asking her to go back over the turnstile after she hopped. She went over and the officers continued to put her hands on her. Of course, she was agitated and did respond in that, and that's when the violence continued. But she did go back over the turnstile and was continuing to be aggressed by the police officers. I saw the footage. I would love for you to publicize the footage so we could all see it together, but I know that that's something you probably wouldn't do. So continue.
So the violence there begins when she punches the officer in the face?
The violence there begins when she goes over the turnstile and the police officers continue to put their hands on her.
So she punches one officer in the face, she bites a second officer, she kicks a third officer in the groin.
After the officers continue to put her hands on her when she goes over the turnstiles. When she does what they ask her to do, they continue to put her hands on her.
So incidents like this are subject to review not only inside the department, but also by the Civilian Complaint Review Board. And if the review board determines that the officer's actions were inappropriate, then disciplinary action would be instituted against them.
Okay, so answer the latter part of the question. You said that when you are vetting people for the community safety team, you don't accept people that do not show dignity and respect over body cam footage. So those of the officers that do not pass that test, they get to stay on our street still?
Officers who have a issue with the way that they interact with members of the community are retrained as necessary. They are disciplined when discipline is appropriate.
We've heard that year after year after year, and then we hear over body cam footage, I'll pop you in your fucking mouth. I'll continue on and say that I've talked to many of the commanding officers in my community, and many of them have even described themselves as these neighborhood safety teams as performative. To me, when I hear of initiatives like this as performative, to me, it's a waste of taxpayer dollars. Meanwhile, numerous agencies in the city are extremely underfunded, agencies that actually keep our communities safe. So what would you respond to those commanding officers that label this initiative as performative?
And let me answer that question. Can let me just answer the council member. I certainly understand your frustration. I don't know how long you've been a council member, but you seem to be very concerned about your constituents as I am about your constituents. I used to be the chief of the department. I take it very, very seriously, as does the mayor, who has a history, history of not just talking, right, of going to court, of pushing legislations to make sure that we identify those officers who are conducting the matters like that. And for anyone to think that this administration will tolerate that. Now, is that to say that we're not going to have an officer who's going to do that? Absolutely. You tell me a police department that's not. But I am telling you, once we identify those particular officers, and we find out, in fact, that they are conducting their behavior in a manner that's infringing upon their community, swift and appropriate action will take place. Is that to say a month from now or a year from now, we're not going to be able to find that officer? Of course, we're going to be able to find that officer.
Respectfully, Deputy Mayor, I do not want to hear the rest of this rhetoric.
But that's fine. You don't have to respectfully have to hear it or not. You don't have to respectfully have to hear it or not. You ask the question, I'm going to answer that question. So forth and so on. So of course, we're going to have those problems, but we're taking swift action to do it. Now, Eric Adams, as the mayor, he's instructed, this is not written in pencil. You can, anything that you say that needs to be implemented, we will take into consideration. We want to identify those cops as well. And I have a track record of identifying those particular officers who, in fact, are implementing that type of behavior on our particular streets here. So don't judge us on an individual cop, judge us on us not taking action to correct.
It's not an individual cop. This is a historic, systemic blueprint for how you've been running this agency for decades. This is not something that I'm making up out of one instance that happened on Friday.
I'm not accusing you of doing it.
It happens year after year after year after year, and we hear the same rhetoric. And now that we want to put more money into another unit that, again, is labeled as performative by people in your agency is ridiculous, while multiple agencies within our city are extremely underfunded, while our city needs the help the most. So do you want to answer my question? What would you respond to the commanding officers that have labeled this initiative as performative, which to me seems like a waste of our taxpayer dollars of hardworking New Yorkers?
Clarify that question.
I would say that the seizing, thank you, sir. I would say that the seizing of 20 guns in 2 weeks' time is not performative.
Okay.
Thank you, Councilmember. Next, we'll hear from Councilmember Caban, followed by Councilmember Nurse, Councilmember Williams, and Councilmember Stevens.
Starting time.
Thank you, and thank you, Chair. I want to direct the first questions that I have for the Commissioner. You testified that, quote, you will continue to use science. So yes or no, are you familiar with the National Academy of Sciences?
Sorry, I am actually, yes, I am familiar with that. I'm sorry, your question, yes.
Okay, so the National Academy of Sciences was established by an act of Congress, for those who don't know, in 1863. It was charged with providing independent, objective advice to the nation on matters related to science and technology. Scientists are elected by their peers to membership in the NAS for outstanding contributions to research. The NAS is committed to furthering science in America. The National Academy of Sciences reviewed almost 4 decades of research on broken windows policing and concluded that policing tactics focused on low-level arrests, quote, generate small to null impacts on crime, end quote. The Center for Evidence-Based Crime Policy also issued a report finding that, quote, aggressive order maintenance strategies, end quote, did not reduce crime. So why are you adopting a strategy that decades of experience and research shows doesn't work?
So I'm going to disagree because I have to tell you, these are not aggressive enforcement tactics that we are instituting. This is an initiative that will initially stress warnings for this behavior.
Policing tactics focused on low-level arrests generate small to no impact.
I'm trying to answer your question. So we recognize that a significant number of low-level offenses ultimately may lead to more serious crimes, and our effort in this initiative is to stop the precursors of violence and criminal activity. Once again, we will begin with a warning. These are not aggressive enforcement tactics. We have a significant amount of data through the 311 system and the 911 system that shows that these initial complaints need to be answered. They should not be ignored. We are trying to stop the precursors for violence and criminal activity.
But you're not answering those problems. So yes or no, do you disagree with the National Academy of Sciences?
I am focusing on the data that we have that shows
Do you disagree with the National Academy of Sciences?
I can tell you what happens and what works in the city of New York.
Commissioner, yes or no, do you disagree with their 4 decades of research? Do you agree with it or disagree with it?
You are asking me to disagree with an entire body. I am telling you what works for this city and what we are focused on in this police department and in the mayor's blueprint.
Okay. I'm going to move on because there's a complete refusal to answer a very simple question as to whether or not you disagree with the scientific body's results.
To request a yes or no answer to that question takes it out of context and it does not understand what is happening in this city. Your yes or no answer would not give the full answer that is required to answer this question for the purposes of this conversation.
I disagree, but before launching this initiative, did you or others involved in the planning process consider the impact of this style of broken windows policing might have on the communities being policed this way?
We take into account the impact any initiative we have in this city will have on its residents every single time. This is an ongoing initiative that will be evaluated step by step. We recognize that a disproportionate number of communities are affected by violence. We certainly will be looking forward to reviewing what we have done and what we will do in the future for this initiative.
So yes or no, did you consult any of the research on negative mental health impacts, including increased anxiety and trauma, that this style of policing has on young Black men in New York City?
We take a look at the impact of every initiative that we employ in this police department.
No, did you consult any of the research on the, did you consult any of the research?
Let me answer your question. We take a look at impacts, studies, and results for every initiative we implement in this police department. You are asking me a yes or no question that the answer will not give a valid and informed answer that relates to what the conditions are in this city now.
So can you commit to, in the next 2 weeks, providing us with copies of all of the studies that you reviewed before dispatching this approach?
I want you to understand, and please, I don't want to get this lost here. We must address the community complaints that we are receiving. We certainly will not tolerate anyone who is abusing the civil rights of anyone.
Commissioner, that's not my question. My question is about whether you are consulting science, research, and data, not addressing community concerns. Whether you consulted, you said you did, and whether you would then provide the things that you...
I said we review. I said we review.
Okay, so the research that you reviewed, can you commit to sending it to the city council within the next 2 weeks so that we know what research you reviewed to base your approach on?
I will commit to you that you and I will have a conversation. We can discuss what we review and we can discuss the impacts that this policy and initiative has had going forward.
So you won't send us what you looked at?
I can discuss with you what we looked at, yes.
But no, I'm not saying
I know what you're
saying. Orally with me. Will you send us what?
I will let you know exactly what we looked at and what I reviewed. How is that?
Why can't we have a physical copy?
You actually already have a copy because you just went over the entire statistics for that study for the Science Institute. So I will let you know exactly what we looked at.
No, I want to know what y'all looked at. And that my last question had to do with not studies related to the actual efficacy of the policing tactic. But my final question was specifically around research on the negative mental health impacts, including increased anxiety and trauma of this style of policing. Those are two separate things. You said you did look at or read research, and I'm asking you to provide that.
Councilmember, can I try to answer your question?
I mean, it's a simple question of will you provide looked at?
I understand it's the simplicity of the question. So here's the answer here is that whatever data or the natural science that you are referring to, I cannot speak on the validity or invalidity of that. Because I do know that you could have this type of policing with no oversight, and there's a different data with oversight. We're having oversight on the style of policing that is going to take place under Adams administration, unlike it has taken place before. So the data which you're looking
with all due respect, I'm fine to move on. You are absolutely
let's move on.
ignoring my second question.
I'm not ignoring
my second
it.
question is not
I'm
on
not
the data.
ignoring it. You want the answer to come how you want the answer to come, and we're trying
No,
to
I'm asking you, will you simply
understand it.
provide the research? Tell the public what you're relying on to make these really impactful, important decisions that affect predominantly Black and brown low-income New Yorkers. I'm asking you to pass along the information you use to make these really consequential decisions. You said you looked at research on these negative mental health impacts, increased anxiety and trauma, and I am asking that you provide them to us so that we can share it with our colleagues and our constituents. And I have not gotten an answer as to whether or not you will do that. And the lack of willingness for transparency is deeply, deeply concerning. Thank you.
We have been transparent since the beginning.
Thank you, Councilmember. Next, we'll hear from Councilmember Nurse, followed by Councilmember Williams, followed by Councilmember Stevens. Councilmember Nurse.
Thank you. Good morning, Chair Hanks, and thank you, Commissioner Sewell. I just wanted to note, I got a text about the neighborhood safety team being implemented March 15th, and our community meeting isn't till April 6th. So I just wanted to add that. Timeline is really drastic. So in your opening remarks, Commissioner, you mentioned that you seek to have criminals or those who have done wrong prosecuted to the full extent of the law. And my question relates to how that same standard you seek is being held to members of your department when things go wrong. So as you may be aware, on July 4th, 2016, unarmed Delron Small was killed by NYPD officer Wayne Isaac on Atlantic Avenue, which is in my district. This happened in front of Mr. Small's 4-month-old baby, his teen stepdaughter, and his girlfriend. And after shooting Mr. Small 3 times, Officer Isaacs made no attempt to check on him or provide assistance. He called 911 for himself. He never mentioned that he had just shot someone who was bleeding out and needed immediate medical attention. At the time, NYPD and Isaacs put out a false account to the media that was disproven days later after the footage was leaked. The Smalls family recently learned, and hopefully you can confirm, that Officer Isaacs' PBA attorneys have requested that you remove the CCRB from their disciplinary investigation and prosecution, even though the family has waited 5.5 years. So given your opening statement, are you committed to declining the PBA request and allowing the CCRB to continue their disciplinary prosecution of Officer Isaacs to the full extent?
So while this case happened, obviously, some time ago, there was a jury trial in this case, and then there was an internal investigation. We are cooperating with the CCRB in that case, but I want to make sure that this is clear. I certainly intend to hold every officer who does not follow the rules and regulations of this police department accountable. So while that case has its own outcome and is still going through the process, I want to make it very clear, and I think Deputy Mayor Banks said it as well, that I will not, and the mayor will not, allow malfeasance or misfeasance on the part of any member of this police department to go unanswered.
Okay, so is that a yes, you'll decline the request to remove the CCRB, or no?
I'm sorry, what the request, I missed that part of the question. I apologize.
So my question was, the PBA requested to have the CCRB removed from this process. So will you decline the request to continue with the disciplinary action? Or the
so I had to take a look at that. I don't want to give you an answer without the entire with all of the information, so I can't answer yes or no to that. Upon review, I can provide that answer for you.
Do you have a sense of timeline when you would be ready to make your decision?
As soon as that comes before me and I'm able to review it, I'll be able to make a decision. I certainly want to have all the facts. I don't like to have partial information, but I do try to make my decisions very quickly because I understand how important these decisions are.
Yeah, and because one of the concerns with the PBA request is that it would completely circumvent this process. And this is just an example of one of the things that undermines the public's trust in the government's willingness to hold officers accountable for wrongdoing. So given that you're not sure when the timeline is, it's just when you say things like we want to make sure people are prosecuted to the full extent, it just seems like it doesn't apply to wrongdoing that happens also within your department. So we would really appreciate as soon as possible when you're ready to make that decision, or just an understanding of when we can expect and the family can expect that decision.
I completely understand that. And we certainly need to have that answer, and I'll make sure I get that for you. But I do want you to understand there is no difference here. An officer who engages in inappropriate behavior, malfeasance or misfeasance, will be held accountable to this department and to this city.
Right. And so does that mean that you agree with using the CCRB as an effective tool of accountability?
The CCRB is a tool. We try to be partnerships and make in a partnership, to hold this department accountable. And we certainly believe that they have a valuable role in the city as well.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Nurse. Next, we'll hear from Councilmember Williams.
One thing, I'm sorry. May I just say one thing? I apologize. I do have another engagement that I have to get to that is immovable. I apologize to this body, but I will have my staff here to continue to answer questions for you as well. And my apologies, and thank you for your time.
All right. Okay. Next, we'll hear from Councilmember Williams, followed by Councilmember Stevens, followed by Majority Whip Brooks Powers. Councilmember Williams, go ahead.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Chair, Deputy Mayor, and Commissioner. As part of the blueprint is to explore the reasonable use of new technologies to identify suspects and those carrying guns. The American Civil Liberties Union has previously stated that facial recognition technology can be racially biased, and large companies like Amazon and Microsoft have paused sales of facial recognition technology to police. What are these new technologies mentioned in the blueprint, and how will you ensure that there are checks for biases in the technology?
Hey, Councilman, I'll answer that question. The mayor has made it a point that he wants me specifically across all of the public safety agencies to explore any technology that can be beneficial to keeping New York safe. Any technology that would even be considered will be done constitutionally. It will be done open. It will be done fair. There's no technology now that's pending. He just wants us to make sure that we're looking at it and we're keeping current. Facial technology is a very controversial technology. It is, like many things, very unfair to Black and brown people. I would say here, and the council can accept it, we have a mayor that has fought his whole professional life, right, to creating these there's injustices, to disqualify these injustices in the criminal justice system. I, for one, as a deputy mayor, would not be a part of anything that would lay harm to my community and my sons. So one, there is no specific technology now that we're looking at. I just left a conference last week. We're looking at all types of technology, and the banner being keeping New York safe, but it will be done openly, it will be done constitutionally, it will be done fair. And I don't think we're going to have any concerns when the decision is made to use any technology to keep New York safe.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. In February, Captain St. Fort was featured in the New York Times for his innovative crime strategy that addresses gun violence successfully. What steps have been taken to learn from what he is doing to bring into other precincts that are experiencing crew violence? So I know that this administration has been so eloquent to talk about really looking at best practices, but I know there's some best practices right in our backyard.
Can you repeat the specific best?
Captain St. Fort, it was a New York Times article. So just wanted to know if the department has reached out to him to ascertain whether or not his methods can be duplicated in other precincts.
Ken, you want to answer that?
Hi. Sure. So Captain St. Fort in the 61st Precinct has a mentorship program where he mentors about 15 young people in the community to steer them away from crime and violence. It's a program
I'm
that
sorry,
we are looking
Captain.
at.
Once I know the program, I just wanted to know, like, yes or no, if you guys are like looking into.
Yeah, so we are looking at it very closely. We are looking to see if it would be appropriate to expand to other parts of the city and what other parts it might be appropriate to expand to. And we look at a variety of programs like that take place across the city.
Thank you so much, Captain. I have a quick question about the GRIP list, and I do want to get to CMS organizations. Can you explain exactly what the GRIP list is? As many folks know, there were other lists that were dismantled, but there has been talks of the gun recidivist investigation program. And so just wanted to know if you can tell us a little bit more about the GRIP list.
Good morning, Chief Michael LePetri, Chief of Crime Control Strategies. So we identified individuals that have been involved in multiple shooting incidents over the past 2 years. One of those shooting incidents, this individual must actually pull the trigger. That population is less than 0.009% of the population in New York City. And when we look at that list, the majority of these individuals also have previous felony convictions, prior gun convictions, open gun arrests. These are the individuals that are driving gun violence in New York City. And these are the very individuals that our Gun Violence Suppression Division is focused on.
Chief, is this different than the gang database?
Yeah.
Yes, okay.
So, yes, it is.
Okay. Okay, thank you so much. The last question that I have, and Deputy Mayor Banks, you would understand this. You and I served on the Board of Life Camp in Queens, and we know I'm very passionate. Lots of my colleagues are passionate about the crisis management system. We know that it works. But we also know that oftentimes they don't have the capacity. It's rather a hodgepodge. You have awesome organizations like Erica Ford or A.T. Mitchell across our city. How is the administration working to, one, ensure that there is funds, resources allocated to the program, but being intentional and strategic and making sure that they have the capacity and that we are really duplicating best practices across the system? And yeah, that's my question.
Okay. Well, yes, I'm relatively familiar with CMS, right? I served on the board, worked under the tutelage of Erica Ford, which was no easy task, I will add.
Agreed.
I don't think that I'm out of line by stating that the CMS model works. It's effective. I think all statistics indicate that, and anybody who has dealt with it. Personally, I would like to say is that when this was first started, when I was a member of the department, I was very, very supportive, and I saw almost from day one the effect of people getting involved with their community. So I have been a #1 cheerleader of the CMS model. Now, what does that mean? The mayor and his administration is very supportive of CMS, and we're in active talks of looking to bring people on in the administration, in the capacity that can help us streamline, support, and give the necessary resources to strengthen these organizations, because CMS will be a major part of the Adams administration. And it's something that is a priority for him, and he has subsequently made it a priority under the Deputy Mayor of Public Safety. So we are actively looking at ways in which we can help support, strengthen, and give as much resource as we possibly can to effectuate the model and the area and the strength of the CMS. So we will not, as a city, get a handle on gun violence unless CMS is front and center at the table, and that's what the plan is to take place.
Thank you.
Councilmember Williams, I just do want to add that we are working immediately with all of our sister agencies as well, with the Mayor's Office of Contracts, with the Comptroller's Office, which is an elected office, to figure out how we are in the immediate being able to get the necessary funding to the agencies within the confines of the procurement rules. And each one of those agencies has been working collaboratively to assist us in that process.
Thank you. And I know my colleague, Councilmember Stevens, will definitely follow up with more questions because, as you all know, the HIT caucus is very focused on this issue. And we look forward to continuing to work with the administration to really strengthen the program and make sure that they have the capacity that they need to do the work and that they're able to work with the various agencies across the administration to have positive change in our communities. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Councilmember Williams. Next, we'll hear from Councilmember Stevens, followed by Majority Whip Brooks, followed by Councilmember De La Rosa, followed by Councilmember Holden.
Starting time.
Good morning. Yes, I have a number of questions, and I am definitely going to follow up from Councilmember Williams because I know we talked a little about the CMS sites about the money. However, being a nonprofit leader and feeling and knowing that I'm an expert, understanding that a lot of CMS sites don't have the infrastructure. And so it's great that we give organizations money, but if we're not helping them build that infrastructure and capacity, it's kind of a waste. So I would love to hear more about what that really looks like around the infrastructure, capacity, evaluation of the program, because if we're not putting emphasis on the work, then I believe that it's a waste and we're setting them up to fail. I myself ran on Cure Violence. I believe in these programs and really think that this is the way for us to be moving into. But if we're not supporting them and to build the capacity, it really vilifies the whole program. So I would love to hear you talk a little bit about more of that and really succinctly, because I have a number of questions that I want to be able to get through.
Well,
So
go
ahead, DM Banks.
No, I'll see.
So in the short term, we set up a prime subprime model so that we have a prime vendor that has the infrastructure capacity to help and assist with all of the back office work that is not the function of the crisis management system. We want to support those entities to be able to focus on the resources that they provide to community and not working on the administrative and procurement processes that are part of the system that ultimately pose a challenge to some of our smaller grassroots organizations. And we are looking to see other models as to how we can provide and build in that infrastructure going forward.
Yeah, I just think that it's really important that we're focused on that infrastructure and whatever I can do to support that. I'm here and willing and able because, like I said, I believe in these programs and something that I ran on. But I do understanding and having a background in nonprofit management. It is not just saying here's the money. It is about making sure that we are making sure they're fiscally responsible. There's strategic planning. There's a lot that goes into running a nonprofit, and I think sometimes we miss that. But I'm just going to go through a number of questions, and I'm going to ask my questions and then folks can answer after. The first question being, the blueprint alludes to increasing investments in non-police anti-violence programs and workforce development, yet you cannot find either reflective in the preliminary budget proposal. What are your actual plans for workforce development and expanding support for non-police anti-violence programs and where those reflect in the budget proposal? And then my next question is around, earlier in the testimony, Chair asked about the representation of the new task that's coming out, and it was like 40%. The force is 40% white and 30% African American and so forth, so forth. What is the department doing to make the actual police department more reflective of the communities that they serve? And although it might be reflective of the department, those units are in Black and Brown communities. So I'm concerned that it's not more reflective of the community that actually know those experiences. So I would love to hear what is being done around that. And then my last question is around SYP is a part of the blueprint. However, that is really the only investment that we see in young people in the blueprint, which makes no sense at all. Why are we not investing in things like beacon programs, community centers that actually do the work long-term instead of a 6-week program that really does not produce results that we're really looking for? So I would love to hear the answers to those questions.
Okay. Can we take that question one by one? So I appreciate you, Councilmember. I really do, because going 1, 2, 3, you streamlined it, but it did lose me. So I just want to make sure the proper person.
All right. So the first question was around we talk about workforce development, but it's not in the budget. So how is that really going to work? That's not reflective in the budget. I asked the next question was around tasks, the units are reflective of the department, but those units are in Black and brown communities. So why is it not more reflective of the community? And then the last question was SYEP is part of the blueprint, but why were not more investments invested into programs like Beacons, Cornerstones, and community centers? Because that's what our young people need, and that will be more long-term solutions.
The first one on workforce development. I think that the mayor and the administration has been very, I guess, clear and very descriptive as far as creating job opportunities for the youth. I will have to get back to you on specifics on why you feel and why it's possibly so that it's not more delineated into this particular plan. But I think the mayor's been clear even on the campaign trail and even on why he's been in administration. But we did release, right, a blueprint on economic development, and that was released by a different deputy mayor, and it kind of explains totally what he plans to do, what the ministry plans to do as far as workforce development. So it may not be in this specific blueprint plan, but it has been released under a different deputy mayor.
Yeah, and additionally,
we'll get that to you right away.
Yeah, and additionally, Councilmember Stevens, part of the work that we are doing, we have a precision hiring program. As a matter of fact, tomorrow evening, there's a graduation of a cohort of 20 women that have been going through various job training and expansion of their entrepreneurial programming that was started at the end of, it started in the middle of last summer. All of the crisis management systems employ individuals within the neighborhood, youth that they identify at risk, and that's year-round employment. So maybe the specifics of the budget don't show you the activities of the systems because a lot of the employment activity is built into the infrastructure of the programming itself.
Okay. And then the other question that I had around the reflective of the department, not reflecting the communities and the units and just the SYP, that was the only real piece around young people in the blueprint. Why are we not investing in things like community centers, beacon programs, and have long-term solutions on young people?
So your second question is a very interesting question, right? So I believe the chief of the department, he laid out the ethnicity of who are going into the neighborhood safety teams as it compares to the ethnicity in the New York City Police Department as a whole. Your question very specifically was, what's the ethnicity of the 30 precincts, I believe, that we're assigning it to, correct?
He had said that he said that it's not reflective of the communities, it's reflective of the department. And so that to me was a little bit alarming because they're not.
No, I don't, I think, well, let me just, you may have misinterpreted wrong, or I may have misinterpreted wrong. The statistics that he gave was the statistics percentage-wise of who was going to be assigned to the neighborhood safety teams as compared to the percentages of ethnicity on the department as a whole. And so, for example, with African Americans, I believe he said that 16.6% were going to be assigned to the neighborhood safety team, and the department is 15.3% African Americans.
Yeah, but even if you break down those numbers, because it's a larger, it's going to be more white people, white officers in the community than it would be Black and Latinos, because just of sheer numbers.
Well, well, it may or may not be, but let's.
I mean, I will say this for a fact. I actually have seen some of the teams, and I even had people hit me up because some teams are 100% white, and that was an issue for some of them. And that's a problem. So we have to talk about what that looks like, and then how are we going to make up that's a problem, you know?
So if we just add up these numbers here, right? We have 54% of the anti-crime, 54% of the anti-crime. It looks like it's going to be African, Black and brown individuals. If you put Asians in there, now we look at another 3.5%. So we're looking at 57%. But let's be very clear about this, right? The law enforcement is predominantly for years and years and years has been a Caucasian-driven industry.
Agreed.
Right, and these problems did not start yesterday, today, right? And for rightfully a reason. It has been a very, I mean, let's call it for what it is. The law enforcement industry has been rife with racism, intentionally and unintentional. And those consequences we see as far as having difficulty recruiting individuals. Now, that does not mean that changes have not been made for the better. And if they're not being changed for the better, because Councilmember Barron, who I have the ultimate respect for, I've dealt with him for many, many years. I agree with so much of what he says. This problem didn't start yesterday.
No, absolutely. And I agree. We're on the same page and
Right,
we're in this
right,
fight
so-
together.
So
But
we will
that's
see
why I'm
a
asking the
change.
question.
Right, no, you're right. And we will see us change when, one, the greatest recruitment in law enforcement is to change the ills of how we treat our young men and women, right? Because we take millions of them and we basically tell them through our actions day by day, we don't want you to be part of us. So those are some of the things that we're changing. So we're looking to see, I think 54%, but I'd like to see it higher. I'd like to see it completely reflective of those community and neighborhoods, absolutely. But I also want to have it where someone who's not from the community or Caucasian from Long Island does the same effective job as someone who lives on a corner. And that's what we're striving for. So are we going to turn this around 1, 2, 3? No. But I'll tell you this, Mayor Adams makes it very, very clear. Listen here, that if you get caught acting in a manner that's not indicative of your training, that you will suffer the consequences. Chief Corey makes that very explicitly clear, as I have always throughout my career. So it's a very good point. And we are trying, and we just pledge to you that we're going to do the best we possibly can, and working in partnership, I know that we can overcome that particular issue there. Now, your third part dealt with SYEP and the beacons. Yes. I just want to be clear, since this is not specifically under the public safety umbrella, I want to be very clear so I can give you the best answer. And if I don't have it now, I promise that I will get back to you on it. They make mention that there were not enough resources put into the SYEP program.
No, I was saying, so in the blueprint, we added the SYP and we increased the slots, which we love, and I'm here for it, right? But I was saying, well, why did we not also think about long-term effects like community centers, beacons, and those things that are year-long and have much longer effects to our community and our young people? And so the only real part of the blueprint, when we're talking about it for young people, we're talking about SYP, and that's only a drop in the bucket because that's a 6-week program. So why do we not look at the blueprint and having more substantial resources put into young people as part of this plan?
Councilmember, I will have to get back to you, and I'd like to be able to speak to you today, tomorrow, as soon as possible, so I can drill down on this, and I promise you that I'll get you an answer. And in fact, if there is a gap here, to work with you to ensure that we close that gap.
Absolutely. So we'll be in touch soon, and thank you guys.
Thank you, Councilmember. Next, we'll hear from Majority Whip Brooks Powers, followed by Councilmember De La Rosa, followed by Councilmember Holden, Brannon, and Brewer.
Starting time.
Majority Whip Powers, are you present?
Starting time.
Can you hear me? Thank you. Okay. So good morning, everyone. Thank you so much to Madam Chair Hanks and the committee staff for today's meeting on the Public Safety Committee to discuss the mayor's blueprint to end gun violence. Many districts, including mine, have seen shocking upticks in gun violence over the course of the last year or recent years. Last June, my community had to grapple with the loss of Justin Wallace, who was tragically shot outside his aunt's home just shy of his 11th birthday. The issue is deeply personal for me, and I look forward to working with all of our colleagues to work to bring an end to gun violence in our city once and for all. I just have a few questions to ask of the police department regarding the new proposals in the mayor's blueprint. And then I have some questions focused with Mock J. So I would like to know, how much federal funding does the department expect to receive to support putting more officers on patrol? I see the department plans to reallocate staff and resources to support expanding patrol groups. Has the department identified any administrative inefficiencies they plan to address in this way? And then in terms of Mock J, I want to touch on the effectiveness of the programs like the Crisis Management System and Cure Violence. I'm proud to partner with a number of organizations in Southeast Queens like 100 Suits,
Rock Safe Streets, Life Camp, and King of Kings Foundation. And the organizations have been extremely instrumental and as well as working hard to connect with our local communities and deter vulnerable people from participating in the gun violence epidemic. What are the department's current evaluation of the efficacy of these programs, the efficiency of these programs rather? Have these interventions reduced gun violence in key areas? Are there areas where the programs can receive additional support? Have the departments identified new neighborhoods that may benefit from the program expansion? I know last year the program increased their budget, I believe, like doubled the amount, and it was supposed to triple. But looking more down the line, how can we invest more money? Because I do find that they are responding in a lot of cases even well beyond their territory. And it's critical for them to be able to do so, but we want to make sure that they have the sufficient resources to do that as well. So look forward to hearing from the administration. Thank you.
Good morning, council member, or good afternoon, council member. With regard to funding from our federal and state partners, we don't at this point know exactly how much grant funding we'll get, but we're continuously monitoring all of the funding opportunities as they're made available from the federal government and the state. For example, about 2 weeks ago, the federal government released a notice of funding opportunity for a local law enforcement crime gun intelligence center integration initiative to help localities work more closely with their ATF partners to identify unlawfully used firearms and to effectively prosecute perpetrators. So it's grants like that we're looking at to determine what our federal partners and state partners can do to assist us in making sure we have the appropriate resources to move forward in addressing the current circumstances.
Good afternoon. As far as the efficiency review and officers being redeployed, so currently we move 658 officers every day from non-operational assignments, non-operational meaning that they don't normally respond to 911 calls, and they are deployed out to patrol functions every day, 7 days a week. So the actual impact of that goes well beyond 658 officers because of the 7-day-a-week coverage. In order to achieve that, you would have to have a pool of 1,184 officers to be able to actually put 658 people out on patrol every single day, which is what we are doing. As far as the efficiency review goes, it has begun. It's a work in progress. And as we hit particular periodic milestones, resources will be redeployed. So it's kind of a bureau by bureau look through the department. And as we complete an efficiency review of one bureau, any efficiencies that are identified, officers that can be redeployed, they are then immediately redeployed. We're not waiting for the entire review to be completed before we do that.
Time expired.
Thank you, Councilmember. Next, we'll hear from Councilmember De La Rosa, followed by Councilmember Holden.
I'm sorry.
Oh yeah, go ahead. Go ahead. Sorry.
In terms of the CMS piece.
So quickly, Council Member Powers, thank you. Majority Whip Powers, the expansion that is slated for FY23. As many of you know, there was an RFP for the CMS system. That expansion will include in FY23 the 40th and the 44th precincts. It will also add in some more conflict mediation and therapeutic services. We are hopeful that those awards will be processed. United Way is supporting us in that RFP process. Additionally, the mayor's action plan that focuses in on our NYCHA housing has also an expansion. We're moving from 15 NYCHA developments into 30. And those will also include Gowanus and the Far Rockaway.
What part of Far Rockaway? Will it include the 100th precinct, the Hamels?
I'll confirm what is the actual neighborhood breakdown for you in Far Rockaway as to where that will be.
And also Washington, well, DC rather, is supposed to be giving New York City additional funds. Will this be supplementing or be an add-on to what MOCJ is looking to provide? And also, can you just explain the process for the money to be pulled down? Because my understanding is that, we're in March and April right now, and, no one's contracts are necessarily registered, and they're having a hard time getting the money. And these are the resources that are needed to keep these programs effective.
So base contracts had been registered and funding was advanced to organizations. We rely on the organizations to submit their invoices in order to pay out on those contracts. You are correct that we are in the process of completing a registration for amendments to the process, but we work with all of the organizations as well as the Mayor's Office of Contracts to use a mix of funding from advances as well as the loan fund in order to make sure that the entities have the funds to operate. And we continue to work with them on a very one-on-one basis where the contracts team, the legal team, and our partner organizations review what cash flow concerns and challenges are. And we do what we can within the procurement rules to meet those challenges to ensure that they can continue to do the good work we partner for them to give us and the city.
So my understanding is that you can't invoice for a contract that's not registered. For those who have not been able to register their contracts that you're still going through the process with, my understanding is that they can't invoice you to get reimbursed. So how does that work?
And that would be somebody that we would be working with the loan fund to make sure that they could get funding.
And do you know how many of the CMS organizations are in this position? Like, what's the percentage? Because my understanding is that it may be a significant amount.
Of the CMS contracts, the base ones are registered. However, when we're looking at the amendments that for expansions, those still are predominantly, I'd say the majority of them still are looking to go through registration on the expansions, the amendments to those contracts.
Mm-hmm.
But we have accelerated them and have weekly meetings with MOCs as well as reviews internally to figure out how we move those quicker.
And I just will close on this, and I thank you, Madam Chair, for the extended time. I will just conclude with saying that these organizations, these CMS organizations and cure violence programs, are our community-based organizations that are literally putting their lives on the line each day to go out there and interrupt violence. And to have them bleeding for reimbursements limits their effectiveness when they're not getting the support from the city that they need. So I would love to see an expedited process put into place. I would love to have a commitment from that today, that MOCJ will explore how they expedite registering these organizations and ensuring they get this the reimbursements that they need expeditiously.
We are committed to expediting this process. As I said, we are doing weekly Tuesdays and Thursday meetings with the Mayor's Office of Contracts. We have opened a line with the controller so that they know in advance what the contracts consist of to hopefully reduce questions when the contracts actually get to them, to truncate the 30-day period of controller review.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Next, we'll hear from Councilmember De La Rosa, followed by Holden, Brannon, Brewer, Neely, Aviles, and Hanif. Councilmember De La Rosa, you may go ahead.
Starting time.
Okay, I was muted. Thank you so much, Chair Hanks, for the opportunity, and to Deputy Mayor and the executive team over at the department for taking our questions. My first question is, could you walk us through the differences between the regular training that happens for officers who are working in our communities and the training for the neighborhood safety team officers? What are the differences?
So
all officers receive basic recruit training in the academy, what we call the recruit school, what New York State refers to as the basic course for police officers. So an important thing to note about the NYPD's training versus what's required by the state is that the state requires about 506 hours of training for officers. We provide 913, so nearly double what the state requires. Our training centers heavily around de-escalation. It's a thread that runs through the entire training curriculum. And officers receive training in a variety of different disciplines: law, police science, the social science, obviously self-defense, physical tactics, physical fitness, health and wellness, dealing with people in crisis, mental health, and I could go on, but I'll try to be brief in the essence of time. So all of the neighborhood safety team officers have received that training, but as experienced officers, and they are all experienced officers, they then go back to the academy for 7 additional days of training, which I kind of laid out before, but I can go through what that training looks like once again. And that is also heavily focused on de-escalation tactics, constitutional policing, risk identification and mitigation, active bystandership for law enforcement, the science of intervention, a heavy emphasis on law and risk management to ensure that the officers know what they can and cannot legally do within the scope of their employment and keeping within the Constitution of the United States and the New York State penal law. The curriculum includes 2 days of courtroom testimony, 3 days of tactics, which include training in minimal force techniques, 2 days of risk management. So that's a synopsis of what this advanced training that the neighborhood safety teams go through. And also important to note that this is not a one-time training. That officers assigned to the neighborhood safety teams will be brought back in for retraining every 6 months. To ensure that those skills remain fresh, to ensure that they are most knowledgeable and most current on the issues that impact their ability to perform their duties safely, fairly, constitutionally, and to treat everyone with dignity and respect.
Thank you for walking us through that. My next question is interrelated. It also is related and piggybacking on some of the comments made by Councilmember Nurse earlier today. But when Mayor Adams was on the campaign trail, there was a promise made to have swift action and fire any NYPD officers that would abuse the public's trust or mistreat our communities. And it seems to me that Commissioner Sewell today also re-emphasized that commitment to our communities. My question is, there are a number of officers, we heard Councilmember Nurse eloquently speak about the killing of Doral Smalls in her community, Alan Feliz in my community. We have Antonio Williams, Eric Gardner, Kawasaki Tarawick. All of these people and their families have been demanding accountability from the department for years. How can we trust, one, that accountability will come to fruition for these families? And two, related to the neighborhood safety officers, how can we make sure that if there are abuses within this new pilot project that is being rolled out in our city, that there's going to be accountability for these officers to make sure that no more killings happen in our communities?
So when speaking about the accountability for past incidents, I think that, and incidents going forward, I think at this point we have to take the commissioner at her word. She spoke of her conviction. She spoke very deliberately and very passionately, right? That misconduct, malfeasance would not be tolerated and that officers would be dealt with swiftly and appropriately. There is a process in place, due process that's covered by state law. Quite frankly, that frustrates us sometimes as well, that we cannot act as swiftly as we'd like. But the commissioner is committed to doing just that. As far as the oversight of the teams, and again, I mentioned what the layers of oversight are on these neighborhood safety teams that didn't exist before, from the supervisor to the precinct commander, to the patrol bureau, to my office, to the risk management bureau, to the federal monitor, the use of body-worn cameras. We are piloting the use of dashboard cameras on those cars as well, to capture an even wider view of the scene, so we gather an even fuller understanding of incidents that occurred. I mentioned in my in addressing it before, that we actually removed officers from training and didn't deploy them as part of the team because we didn't believe that they had the right temperament for this very dangerous or very difficult and potentially dangerous assignment. And I have committed before, and I have no problem committing now, that officers who are deemed to be unsuitable to continue in this assignment will be removed from the assignment. And if discipline is warranted, they will be disciplined appropriately.
Thank you. Thank you for answering that question. I will just say that, you know, all of us want gun violence to be reduced in our communities. I think the colleagues have honed in on the need to make sure that our violence interrupters are properly funded. And I know that we're going through the budget process and we will be prioritizing that. But also inherent trust that has been broken in certain communities has to be repaired. And in order for communities to feel safe, everyone in communities must feel safe. And that includes the people who have been traumatized by previous practices of the department. I think there needs to be a recognition of that. I think the work needs to reflect that trust building exercise that is needed in our communities. I think the CCRB has a critical role to play. I would like to just say on the record that it is important for the CCRB to continue to be an independent agency, and for the department to also respect the decisions made by the CCRB in order to make sure that we are elaborating on the decisions made and creating that trust factor. So I thank you for answering your questions, and I look forward to obviously working with you to make sure that, one, our communities are safe, but also that there is accountability across the board.
Thank you, Councilmember.
Thank you, Councilmember. Next, we'll hear from Councilmember Holden, followed by Brannon, Brewer, Mealy, Aviles, and Hanif. Councilmember Holden, you may go ahead.
Starting time.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Deputy Mayor Banks and Commissioner Sewell and the NYPD executive staff for your testimony and responses. I'd just like to talk about the neighborhood safety teams, just go back to that. Can you give us a look, and I guess the commissioner could answer this, or obviously the chiefs. What does a day-to-day, look like for an NST officer? How many arrests have been made since it's been implemented? And I know you mentioned over 20 guns were taken off the street, I think, right?
Yes, Councilmember, thank you. So, a daily look, I mean, their day starts reviewing intelligence information provided by field intelligence officers and crime reports in the precinct. Their hours and the areas where they're going to focus their efforts are dictated by their commanding officer regarding crime trends. As far as what they've their activity for the last 2 weeks, right? Because we started them on March 14th, so we have 2 full weeks under our belt here. 84 arrests. 20 of those for the possession of firearms, with 20 firearms recovered. We see that 56% of those people arrested have prior arrests for major felonies. 68% total have prior arrests. About 15% are either on parole or probation. If we look further at the gun arrest subjects in particular, 30% of those are previously convicted felons. 25 of those have a open pending felony case somewhere in New York City. And those crime trends mirror really on the gun arrest, really kind of mirror what we see in the rest of the city.
So it seems to be working, at least for 2 weeks. We have the information. And, do you know exactly how many were previously the ones arrested, convicted of gun crimes?
I don't have, do you have that?
I don't have just those specific.
No, the 30% of the people arrested for gun crimes I have are previously convicted felons. I don't have it broken down into what those prior convictions were for.
And what about the gang members? Do you have any stats on that? Are you investigating like some of the gangs and following leads on that and arresting some of the gang members? Because a lot of the crime that we see in the city seems to be committed by members of gangs.
So on the gun arrests,
has the NSTs, are they focusing on gangs too? That's really the basis of my question.
The NSTs focus on drivers of violence. So
Okay.
those are, some of the people that Chief LaPetri referred to before as the trigger pullers, the people carrying guns in the city. Some are gang members, some are not gang members. So they're going where the intelligence takes them. The direct answer to your question, I think 24% of the people arrested with guns were previously identified as gang or crew members.
All right, so we're investigating, the trigger pullers, and we're focusing on that a lot, which, seems to be, obviously, the violence is out of control. So I think that, this is a good model. It seems like it can work. We have to do something, and this is a good start. I would say in 2 weeks, 20 guns off the street, and then certainly so many arrested. Finally, I'd like to thank Deputy Mayor Banks and Chief Kim Royster and Deputy Inspector Brian O'Sullivan for the NYPD transportation tow operation in and around my district. I've had 9 pedestrians killed within the last 2 years. I mean, simply crossing the street, and we reached out to the deputy mayor and certainly to the chief, and in 1 week we had nearly 700 moving violations, 3,248 parking summonses issued, 112 vehicles towed that posed a risk to the public safety, and 108 truck violations issued, and 3 arrests were made. So it's working, and we have 1 more week to go, and I'd love to get more of these operations in my district, and I think around the city we should have them. And in my district, I'd love for this to cover the 102 and the 108. We're already doing the 104. So thank you, Commissioner. Thank you, Deputy Mayor, and certainly the executive staff for the great operation.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Councilmember Holden. Next, we'll hear from Councilmember Brannan and then Brewer.
Starting time.
Thank you, Chair Hanks. Thank you, Council. Chief Corey, it's great to see you. Commissioner Banks, it's great to see you. Everyone else that's on the call. So, while overall crime rates in the city remain far lower than they did in the quote unquote bad old days back in the 80s and 90s, the perception of an increased level of violence and, quote unquote out of control crime and violence is real, especially with so many New Yorkers already on edge navigating through this surreal and extended pandemic life. And, people feeling safe is really the crux of public safety. No victim of a crime wants to hear about statistics and historic lows. I get that. But we can't be complacent. We have to remain vigilant. I think my colleagues and I are all on the same page in that no one can accept a city that allows senseless violence to be a regular part of our lives. And I think we also acknowledge that there's no magic fix, but making our city safer is certainly a shared responsibility, and we got to do the work together. We may not all agree on the way to get there, but I think we can all agree that we can all agree with where we want to arrive. So the mayor started what I feel is an overdue and serious conversation around public safety by releasing his blueprint to fight gun violence on all fronts. In the blueprint, the mayor emphasizes the role of the NYPD, but clearly also addresses the need for significant investments in anti-violence programs, mental health care, early intervention youth programs. As finance chair, I'm focused most of all on the cost and concerned with any unfunded mandates. So would you be able to give a better sense of the cost associated with the mayor's blueprint? So specifically, will this require new funds, or does it leverage existing funds?
Councilman, well, thank you for that question. One, I'll start off by saying this here, is that ever since I've been dealing with the mayor throughout the transition and his administration, cost effectiveness, I mean, one of his favorite terms is just remember, these are taxpayer dollars. He starts with this is taxpayer dollars. And he states that as far as just personnel hiring, personnel responsibility, and of course, just the overall waste in city government. One, I don't have an exact number for you how much this is going to cost. I will say that I'm not trying to be smart in any form or fashion. I don't do respect that it's going to be a lot cheaper than violence that continues to happen. So, and I think you understand that, and certainly everybody here understands that. Fiscal responsible is something that this administration is going to pride themselves on. I will get you these exact numbers. I'll get you exactly what part of it is unfunded. I think the mayor's looking at it as that he's going to save costs on one way and be able to shift to the other. So he's not looking for an overall going and asking for XYZ dollars to fund a lot of this stuff here. He believes that a great deal of it can be self-funded by just cutting other costs there. But I will have to follow up with you on specifics on how much this is going to cost.
Okay. Yeah, look, I think certainly we both agree. There's no price on keeping our city safe, but it's just important to figure out how we're going to pay for it, where it's going to come from. So, okay. Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Give me a buzz. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Will do.
Thank you, Councilmember Brandon. Next, we'll hear from Councilmember Brewer, Mealy, Aviles, Hanif, followed by Areola. Councilmember Brewer, you may go ahead.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to the Police Department and Deputy Mayor. So I think you know that I've been doing this work for a long time, like 20 years in elected office, and I've spent a huge amount of time with NYCHA. I have great respect for the residents. And I've been working as borough president with Street Corner Resources, with the GOSO, the SAVE, the Osborne, Cure Violence groups, et cetera. And I know in the blueprint, you talk about SYEP, the CMS, Fair Futures, community hiring, mental health, as ways to try to address the other than the police department. But my question is at NYCHA, because with all due respect, we all hear about the mold and the leaks and the elevators, but the real issue is the residents need more support, period. So in addition, I want to know how much of this effort that you're making is going into NYCHA, how many hours, police, et cetera, or how many arrests. And then just things like, why are we not supporting keeping the community centers open many more hours? They're not open on the weekends, they're not open in the evenings. And why are we not working seriously on getting people jobs in NYCHA? And why are we not, is there coordination between MAP and the other organizations? I'm a big supporter of MAP. I really know that this is not happening, with all due respect. And so the question is door to door getting jobs with SBS, EDC, I don't care. There are 21 agencies working on workforce. Some of them should be doing that. Exactly, we're going to be focused on young people in NYCHA for SYP and focused on good jobs, not just hanging out. You get my point. So who's working on NYCHA? It's not just coordination. It's literally retail. And the city council, I tried, it's not going to pay for keeping those community centers open till 11 o'clock at night and on the weekends. Is the mayor going to do that? You get my point.
Councilmember, I get your point very clear. And if there are some written lapses as far as NYCHA, it is certainly not indicative of the commitment that's going forth. I'm in talks with a constant talk with another deputy mayor all throughout the transition, looking at NYCHA, and I looked at it from a public safety perspective, for the amount of people who are victims of crimes, for the amount of people who commit crimes, and where the crimes are committed, it far outpaces the percentages in New York City as a whole. So NYCHA is a place, I know you know it, and you've known that for a very long time, and you've been speaking about it for a very, very long time. It is something that's not lost on this administration. This blueprint is not the administration's entire portfolio, right? There are other deputy mayors, and there are other initiatives that is currently in progress or taking place, and NYCHA is a big part of that. I will continue to have this particular conversation. I just would like for you to know, out of respect for you, that your voice on NYCHA has been around a long time, and it is not lost on this administration, because what you're saying is accurate about the need to put additional sustained resources in NYCHA, and I certainly will fall back up with you on that.
Okay, but is there some way that we could work together to get I'm just something simple, like the community centers open on the weekends and in the evenings? They are not.
Absolutely.
And can we go door to door to get jobs for people who absolutely deserve the jobs and want them? That's not happening. And can we make sure that, the ways in which human services could work are funded to do so? You can't do it any other way. There's no other way to do that.
No, you're right. And we can make a commitment. I will follow with you specifically. And if this is not specifically under the quote unquote, and we don't look at it, this is the Deputy Mayor of Public Safety, and this is the Deputy Mayor of the Health and Hospital. This is a coordinated team as the mayor is trying to bring together. So you have a commitment from me that today, tomorrow, whenever you're available to speak, we can sit down and discuss how we take step 1, 2, 3, start to move towards that, because this is all interrelated, it's all interconnected.
Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, Councilmember Brewer. Next, we'll hear from Councilmember Mealy, followed by Councilmember Aviles, Councilmember Hanif, and Councilmember Ariola. Councilmember Mealy, you may go ahead.
Starting time.
Thank you, Chair Hanks. Good seeing you again, Deputy Mayor Banks.
Thank you.
I just want to talk about the CMS, in which I've been working with Brownsville think tank, Man Up. Had this administration thought about doing a pilot in one specific area to see if the cure violence programs work or not? And I feel that pilot should be the first start for us to really see if these programs are good. We can't just talk about it. We got to start doing it. And I feel you could use my area, Brownsville, the first one to start that program. And 2, is the mayor considering putting all these cure violence programs as a baseline, that we can't keep going through these same programs and having these important programs not getting paid on time and then made full. And my third, I heard the Marks Department, MOCJ, talk about they had a women's program, 20 young women. I think our young men are being left out of this whole city, really. I thought about in my district, 444 Thomas Borland, Mayor Bloomberg wanted a jail. Mayor de Blasio wanted a jail. And now this mayor's coming in and they just want to do an all-girls program. Where is our young men in this whole scenario? I thought about with Brownsville think tank, they could come in, mentor the young men. Have you thought about, I'm trying to see if we could get the African-American pilots that teach our young men how to drive airplanes. Is that not a program that we could put our young people into entrepreneurship, good paying jobs, benefits? That's the main thing what we should be thinking about our young men. And I really feel, Marks, we should have a men's program just as well. If you do the women, do the men. We can't uplift the women and keep the men stagnant. We have to build them up together. And my last one, is this administration, why is this administration thinking about using drones? Could you elaborate on that, Deputy Mayor?
Okay, so I'll go for the last one for using drones. The mayor had made it very clear that he wants to look at all technology that can be utilized to create this ecosystem of safety. Does that mean he is going to use drones? No. Does it mean that he is not going to use drones? No, it means he's going to set up all technology. And I think sometimes we may get into just a little bit of the technicality. If there's something out there that can keep New Yorkers safe, the mayor wants to take a look at it, right? So we are exploring with a drone company that works kind of side to side with ShotSpotter, which we use consistently. Has the decision made? Absolutely not. We're in the preliminary stages of, I just got back from a conference last week. I've met with hundreds of individuals who have existing technology that's taking place that is designed to keep cities safe. And we're looking at them and we will make the decision whether or not these is something that's appropriate for New York.
Will our privacy be included in this? Because wouldn't it be an invasion of our privacy with the drones? If they're not gonna have, they say guns, they're not gonna have any way you can stop a crime if you do see a crime in progress. That's what I read. So what's the sense? But I want to get over that. You said could you answer some of the other questions? Man Up, Brownsville think tank, why the mayor's not thinking about baselining these programs and thinking about a pilot that we can really see if these programs, in which I know they are working, we could get a specific area and put all these or some of these programs and see the significance of it, to see how crime will drop. So why are we not thinking on baseline it and using a pilot program with the CMS?
Well, so thank you so much for all of that, Councilmember Mealy. And, we are open to all of the suggestions. I just want to be clear, though, that administrative funding is baseline, and that with regards to reporting and the research, that John Jay has been working on this, that John Jay had issued a report that I talked about a little bit in my testimony, which starts to show about the fact that you have the reduction in violence within that 24-month period. And we'd be happy to send you the link to that report so that you can read that. Absolutely. And I didn't want to imply by one of my answers that we were only focused on women. So to be very clear, the majority of the participants in the CMS program are men. What I was highlighting is that we have additional employment opportunities that are even outside of the CMS, because the program that I was highlighting is part of the precision hiring program that has Block Power Resources that is having different cohorts. And one of the cohorts that is going to have a graduation tomorrow in Queens is for young women who have figured out entrepreneurial skills. And what we have heard from the council and from community is the need to have very good paying jobs that not only are for the fixed moment in time, but give individuals the fundamental skills so that they can go on within industries to get better jobs long term.
Have you considered the airline, the training for young men to become airline pilots? It's in the neighborhood, the 81st precinct. Have y'all considered using this program?
Happy to partner with anybody that is interested in setting up cohorts. We have also talked to our sister agencies at SBS to think about how we engage young people to tell us the industries that they want to be involved in, because what I have acknowledged is, on some levels, I am not cool. And so I need to know from,
yes, you are.
I know that, but having young people use their own, paying them for cohorts where they come in, we pay them for their time, which already starts to let them know that their time is valuable. And then once you have their ideas of what industries they're interested in pursuing, then we can work collectively with partners to establish cohorts and trainings and internships in those industries.
Okay, so what is your main young men's program you have? That is really going.
Internships with the CMS is the majority of the work that we have that is year round for young men and women.
We have to do a little better. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Next we have from Councilmember Aviles, followed by Councilmember Hanif and Ariola.
Starting time.
Hello, thank you, Madam Chair and colleagues for being here today. I had several questions back to the issue of technology, in particular to the policing part of this plan. The police commissioner had stated that NST officers will have body-worn cameras routinely audited. We know that all patrol officers are supposed to have a sample of their body-worn cameras routinely audited. But NYPD is doing a pretty bad job of this, as was stated in the most recent monitors report, that supervisors routinely fail to do this work. And when they do, they often miss or overlook illegal actions. So I'd like to know, what concretely is the department doing to address and fix this problem that was noted in the monitor's report? Have any supervisors or officers have been held to account for poor performance or illegal actions? And how can we trust that with the NSTs with a higher level of review, when basic reviews are not done properly, that the higher level of review will in fact happen?
Okay, so thank you for the questions, council member. So as far as overall, the agency reviews about 30% of all of the body-worn camera videos that are created by our officers. Again, there are certain incidents that must be reviewed. So any use of force must be reviewed by a supervisor. Felony arrests must be reviewed by a supervisor. All of those take place. And then there's a random sampling that occurs as well. As far as the neighborhood safety teams go, so in the 2-week period to date, we have reviewed 969 body camera videos of those 199 officers. So a significant sample of videos have been reviewed. What we see when we look at those videos is we see a lot of really good police work. We see a lot of minor issues that need to be addressed, typically tactical concerns, but some administrative issues.
Thank you. Thank you. How are you practically addressing the federal monitor, the monitor's findings of failure of review?
So we have worked with the monitor for a number of years. And we look at all of their recommendations and all of their findings, and sometimes we agree and sometimes we don't agree. In the cases that were pointed out here in the report, and I don't have specific examples to provide you today, but we can certainly circle back with you. If officers were in fact found to have knowingly violated policy and discipline was warranted, then they are in the disciplinary process.
Do you have any sensibility of how much of that is actually done? How much? You disagree sometimes, you agree sometimes, but the federal monitor finds that in fact, the work is not being done effectively. Like, what are the thresholds that you use to properly assess and hold officers to account? If the work is not getting done and it's found by the monitor, do you just say, we don't agree and we move forward?
No, not at all. So if by the work not getting done, you mean supervisors aren't reviewing videos that when they should, then those supervisors are absolutely held accountable and will be held accountable.
That they miss or overlook illegal actions?
So I don't think anybody's overlooking illegal actions. If you're talking about officers making a mistake in a very complex area of law, that occurs, officers are then sent for retraining, and that is consistent with the direction of the monitor. If you're talking about illegal actions, when you say officers overlooking illegal actions, I see officers committing crimes on video that aren't being addressed, and I don't believe that that's what we're referring to.
Okay, I'm talking about what the federal monitor stated in their report and looking for concrete actions around how that gets addressed. But let me quickly shift to another area in terms of, again, under the guise of technology. We know at the mayor's press conference and that with these revamped anti-crime units, the mayor's criticized New Yorkers who document police activity to deter abuse, right? This is often known as Cop Watch, which is constitutionally protected, and without it, we wouldn't have seen some of the most egregious police killings, such as Eric Gardner and George Floyd. Can you tell us, we have known that on several occasions NYPD commissioners have had to remind officers that Cop Watch is a legal practice. How has the commissioner or the department instructed officers to interact with New Yorkers who are documenting them? And what is the plan for holding officers to account who interfere with or abuse Cop Watchers?
Councilmember, can I just opine in before Ken?
Thank you.
You just speak just specifically about the police commissioner. I just want to just clarify the point, because when the mayor made the statement, I just want to be clear for the record. I don't think the mayor, and I believe he encouraged New Yorkers, if you felt the need to be able to cop watch, quote unquote, to be, that was fine. Actually, I think it makes for a healthier city, healthier department. I think he was very clear about that there's a certain area that you can be mistakenly or you can be intentionally obstructing the physical action that's taking place. So let's be clear, and so I want to be very fair to the mayor here, because I heard when he made the comment, and I have spoken with him numerous times, is that you can have that same view from a safe distance where you're not impeding and obstructing a live situation that's very dangerous, as compared to you're putting yourself in the mix of action. So for clarity purposes, we want to be clear for the record, that's exactly what the mayor intended. Now, Ken, you can explain exactly the message the commissioner and you have to the staff, your members of the department.
So we reaffirm to our officers the rights of the public to record the officers' actions in a number of different ways. There's a legal bureau bulletin that was sent out to all officers. We routinely send out administrative messages reminding them. It is a frequent topic of in-service training and command level training that officers attend. And finally, in our police academy, when officers attend training there are a number of scenarios they're put through that involve just that very thing about people filming their actions, shouting at them, and so on. Officers who violate our policy on that, who violate, quite frankly, the law around that, are again held up for discipline, and the penalties for that are prescribed in the disciplinary matrix, which is public, and we are very transparent around that. But again, to the deputy mayor's point, and my understanding of the mayor's comments at that press conference, and I was standing next to him when he said it, he was asking New Yorkers to remain a safe distance away and not physically interfere with the officer's actions. And that is a different threshold than simply filming.
Yeah.
I muted myself by accident. Apologies. Thank you for the response. I also heard the mayor's statements, and while perhaps that was the intent, certainly what we heard more to civilian cop watchers was a threat, and not see very much of how officers are held to account when they in fact interfere with cop watching activities, which we have seen in very aggressive ways. And so this is an area, I think we will continue to support, and we want some real clarity and held to account on both ends. So thank you for the response.
Thank you, Councilmember.
Thank you, Councilmember. Next, we'll hear from Councilmember Hanif, followed by Councilmember Ariola.
Starting time.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Chair Hanks, and it's good to see you again, Deputy Mayor Philip Banks. At this committee's preliminary budget hearing last week, I asked the department to apologize for its discriminatory and damaging surveillance program that targeted Muslim communities in the decade after 9/11. It is a verifiable fact that the department ran this program. The Associated Press won a Pulitzer Prize for its reporting on the Muslim surveillance program. NYPD materials detailing its operations, including an instruction to deploy officers in civilian clothes through the ethnic communities, are publicly available. And Mayor Adams, a former police captain, has repeatedly stated the program occurred and that it was wrong. Yet at the hearing, Deputy Commissioner of Intelligence and Counterterrorism, John Miller, told this committee under oath that the NYPD did not spy on Muslim New Yorkers. This was a blatant lie that demonstrated the department's complete disregard for basic transparency to the public, the civil rights of all New Yorkers are entitled to, and the pain it has created for marginalized communities. Now the NYPD is following the same playbook as it did after 9/11. It's using a very real issue, in this case, the increase in gun violence, to justify expanding its costly and invasive surveillance network in a way that will negatively impact Black and Brown New Yorkers. Under a new rebranding, we are seeing the return of the plainclothes anti-crime unit that killed Eric Garner, Sean Bell, Shahid Vassell, and Amadou Diallo. When former Commissioner Shea disbanded this unit in 2020, he said he was closing one of the last chapters of Stop, Question, and Frisk. We are also seeing the mayor call for the expanded use of facial recognition technology, despite studies showing that even the most accurate softwares, sorry about that, which puts them, studies that even the most accurate softwares have high error rates for women and people with darker skin, which puts them at risk for wrongful conviction. These developments and many others suggested in the blueprint have massive potential impacts for discrimination, privacy violations, and over-policing, especially for communities of color. My question for you is, if the NYPD is unwilling to even acknowledge the civil rights violations it has clearly made in the recent past, why should this committee and the public at large believe the department when it says that the plans included in the blueprint will not violate civil rights when they are implemented?
Councilmember, I'll answer that. Is that you brought this point up when we had a meeting at City Hall eloquently then as you are now. It's a very point. I certainly am very sensitive to understand your point. I'm going to try to paraphrase as much as I possibly can what the mayor's response was. The mayor's response, I think he said in the meeting, quote me if I'm incorrect, that he said that he understood the pain and he actually was the victim of unlawful spying by the NYPD himself. He said, but here's the difference. The difference is that the buck stops with him and he is running the show. And I believe, right, that the attendees clapped when he said that. Also, when we say that this is a same playbook, I will respectfully differ from you. Two things. One is that I don't believe it's the same playbook, but I won't haggle with you. There's a different author to the book. And a different author is Eric Adams, who has a history of not allowing these type of abuses. So I would not work for a mayor who I even thought would tolerate such abuse. And he has a history for it. And his history is not a new history. He has been talking about this since 1984 that I'm aware of. So there's a different author, and it's going to make all
I appreciate that, and I recognize respectfully, Deputy Mayor, I recognize it's a new author. Thank you for saying that. And I appreciated the mayor for very candidly sharing about his own personal story by the impacts of surveillance as a police officer. So, but my question is, I mean, it doesn't just stop at a new author. We are enacting new modalities, increasing budgets to double down on Black and Brown New Yorkers. These technologies, the facial recognition technologies, the plainclothes officers unit, these will continue to harm our communities. And you and I both know it. So
no, we don't.
The question is simple.
We both don't know it, because I would not be part of a system that would allow that. And with all due respect to everyone here, right, we can all have differences of opinions, and we learn if we are willing to take that. Pivoting is a sign of strength, not a sign of weakness. And I'm learning, as your fellow council member, I wrote a bunch of notes. I'm going to drill back down on the part that the federal monitor talked about them routinely failing. So I have a bunch of notes here because I'm learning from this particular process here. But no, I don't know that. And I would not be part of a system. This is not new. And what the mayor says, this is not new. He's not new to this. So to just think that he would even be remotely part of a system because he's now the mayor to allow a police department that he's very much aware of what they can do if they're unchecked. I used to be the chief of the department. I understand a police department that is unchecked, what they can do intentionally or other. It's not going to happen. It is not going to happen because there's one person who says he is not going to happen. And he's putting together a team with check and balances on his team. He has said to everyone around him, we're all on probation because you all will be going tomorrow if you do not follow the script of what the taxpayers are the citizens. So I understand your pain very much so, as I understand the pain of raising two African-American men in the city and being aware of the consequences. But we do have a different author. And you may say, well, I've heard that before, and you probably have. But the author wasn't Mayor Adams and the team that he's assembled. And I'm just going to say that there's nothing I can say now that may prove it to you. But if you give us time, you're not going to see those type of abuses, and any little slip that you do see, you will see swift action. And I think the mayor has been very clear on this, and he has a history to back this up.
Thank you for that. And in my tenure, I'll be making sure that, you know, I do my job and I hold the admin to account. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Next, we'll hear from Councilmember Ariola, followed by Councilmember Hanks for a second round of questionings, and then Councilmember Caban for a second round. So Councilmember Ariola, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. And thank you, Deputy Mayor Banks and your entire team for being so accessible, not just to me because I'm a council member, but to our commanding officers, throughout the borough and to our community stakeholders. I want to thank you for that level of access, concern, and care. I want to share two instances that happened within a district that I share with Majority Whip Brooks Powers, and then in my district solely. In early February, a rookie officer was on his way to work, and there was an attempted carjack, and he was shot. And the perpetrators fled. Another car, a patrol car, hearing the shots just a couple of blocks down, responded to where the shots came from, saw the rookie officer, got the necessary, treatment for him, called EMS, and then upon a description gotten by that shot-and officer, went out and found two people who fit the description that the officer gave. The two individuals then opened fire on a police cruiser. At that point, officers got out of their cruiser and apprehended the perpetrators, never unholstering their guns, never, and brought them into custody. Just a couple of weeks ago in March, there was almost a nearly fate, and those perpetrators were 18 and 19 years old, by the way. 2 weeks ago, there was almost two students from John Adams High School, adolescents, juveniles, who were almost fatally stabbed by a 16-year-old juvenile. That person and the other person who was with the juvenile, who was an adult, were apprehended safely and arrested. We're talking now about a city that's in trouble. Our colleagues, we have to work to help this mayor realize this vision. Yes, we can work and have differences of opinion. But when you're talking about neighborhood safety teams and more officers and mental health and homeless help and youth programs and incorporating cure violence programs and providing funding for them, then how can we not at least give the mayor a chance? Now, we talk about neighborhood safety teams. Commissioner Banks, there is a question in here. Deputy Mayor Banks. These teams, in their very short period of time, have shown that they are working. So how are you identifying where these neighborhood safety teams are going? And with the success, how long before there will be an expansion? And like Councilmember Holden said, how can I get them in the 3 precincts that I cover, the 100th, the 102, and the 106?
I'm going to let the chief of department answer that, but hopefully you'll never have him in your precincts, council member. But I'm going to let Ken Corey answer that particular question. I believe he's going to talk about the top 30 precincts subsequently now of violence, and if you don't have it, that's a great thing. Hopefully, at one point we can get down to eliminating them totally. Okay.
Thank you, council member, and well, let me start by thanking you for acknowledging the really tremendous restraint that the officers showed out in the 100th precinct. In holding their fire despite being fired upon by someone who had by 2 individuals who had already shot a person. As far as how the precincts were selected, we selected 30 precincts and 4 police service areas that obviously fall within those larger precincts. And those precincts were selected because in 2021, they accounted for 80% of the shootings in the city. And given the focus of these teams on combating violent crime, going after the drivers of violence, the trigger pullers, the people who are causing great harm in the communities, our decision was to deploy 1 team in each of those 34 commands, 30 precincts, 4 PSAs. As we sit here today, they are active in 31 of those. The remaining 3 will begin on Monday, April 4th. They're just completing training now. And at this time, we are very closely monitoring it. We are very closely evaluating it, but we have no plans to expand it beyond these 34 commands right now.
I appreciate that. Thank you very much. And I just think that after 8 years of disastrous policies, and perhaps more than that of no accountability, I applaud the mayor for this blueprint and the fact that he sees what's wrong with with the department, and he sees what's right with the department, and he's willing to make strides to make a better NYPD. So thank you. Thank you for your efforts.
Time expired.
Thank you, Councilmember. We'll now turn back to Councilmember Chair Hanks for a second round of questions, followed by Councilmembers Caban and Holden. So Chair Hanks, you may begin.
Thank you so much. I want to thank all of my colleagues and the folks who testified. This is, we are all here to strike that balance, as my opening statement implied. This question is for Deputy Mayor Banks surrounding the expansion of summer youth employment programs. Can you give us a breakdown of industry that and of the positions that will be available, and how many, if any, SYEP is NYPD and MOCJ accepting?
Chair Hanks, unfortunately, I'll have to get back to you that we're still in development of that. Okay. So that stuff has not been finalized as far as employment.
So one more quick question. Can you talk about the expansion of the Fair Futures Initiative and how the administration will expand that? And does the administration how are they going to measure the success of the program?
I cannot. I'm going to have to get back to you, and I'm sure I'll get back to you shortly on that.
All right. So I am going to give my time away to my colleagues who want to also do a second round. I think a lot of the questions have been answered. Thank you very much. Josh?
Cool. Thank you so much, Chair. Councilmember Caban, you can have a second round of questions, followed by Councilmember Holden.
Starting time.
Yes, thank you. So I want to continue some of the questioning that we've heard on the training for these new units. Obviously, the mayor has touted that these officers would get special training, enhanced training. I met with the unit that is being dispatched in my neighborhood, in my precinct, yesterday, including the officers that make them up and their superior officers. When I asked them to walk me through the 7-day training, they shared with me that the 7 days consisted of 2 days at the range, 2 days of tactical and qualifications, and 2 days of constitutional policing, which again, for folks who don't know, has to do with the breaking down of like the different suspicion levels and what kinds of actions can be taken constitutionally. And then 1 day of courtroom presentation, basically teaching and coaching officers how to testify on the stand at trials. When I asked, this sounded right from, I'm very familiar with both the patrol guide as a former public defender, as well as a lot of the different training modules that get used. I asked, like, this sounds really familiar to some of the training that happens at the police academy. They actually affirmed that and then added that some of the training was simply the training that the officers get twice a year as part of their recertification process. When I asked about what were the special enhanced components that made them above and beyond or better equipped to carry out this particular function that they have been given, the answer that I was given was that instead of sitting and watching PowerPoints, that the trainings were more quote unquote interactive. So if you could get into some details about how this training is something different than what we have seen before, or not just simply a rehash of the court order training from the Floyd case, that would be super helpful. And then the second thing is that obviously dozens of these teams have been deployed, and it feels like there's still not transparency about who they are, their misconduct records, their mandates or protocol, nor is there transparency about I would love to see, or will you make available the training materials? Will you name the members and release their disciplinary records to make them public?
So let me start with the training component, council member, and where the investigative encounters component training that you're talking about, that is the training curriculum that was indeed approved by the federal court and the court-appointed federal monitor. Any changes to that curriculum would require us to go back to court, to go back in front of the federal judge and have that amended as part of the settlement process. So that would involve not only the federal monitor, but also bringing back all plaintiffs' attorneys as well. The curriculum is sound. And as I said, it has been reviewed and approved by the federal court.
So
much
to
of
be
the other
clear, the mayor's assertion that these teams were getting new, different, specialized training that would make it so that the mistakes of the past wouldn't be made. That is, so you're saying that that's not true?
I did not say that at all. You didn't let me finish. So much of the other training was designed while I was the chief of training. It is new. It has not existed before. These officers, something that has never been done before is that we bring the entire team in and we train them as a team so that they learn to work together, so that they learn to communicate better. That enhances their ability to de-escalate a particular situation, to resolve it without the use of force, and that when force does need to be used, that we ensure that only the minimal amount of force needed gets applied because they are able to do that as a team.
So are these teams the only teams in the NYPD that have received this training?
At this
They're
moment,
the only
yes.
people that have.
Yes.
Okay, so the mandate has been out for how long, and these are the first officers that are receiving the mandated training?
These neighborhood safety teams that have received this 7-day training course that was created specifically for the neighborhood safety teams. Yes, these are the only people that have received it.
Also, I do want to note that the court certainly does not preclude you from adding additional training.
Yeah,
now there are questions around the efficacy of it, but
I think you're confusing what I said, council member. Every member in the department has received the investigative encounters training and continues to receive the investigative encounters training. That is a small portion of the 7-day training that the neighborhood safety teams undergo.
But it's 2 out of the 7 days.
It is not 2 out of the 7 days.
Well, that's what your officers told me that they went through. The officers that are on the team in my precinct said 2 days, 2 days, 2 days, and 1, and broke down those training components. So there appears to be a disconnect between what your directive is and what's actually happening. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Caban. We will finish off with Councilmember Holden.
Starting time.
Again, thank you, everyone. Thank you, Chair, for the second round. Deputy Mayor Banks, it seems to me, and just talking to police officers, and I've known, I've been working with police officers for almost 40 years. It's probably the most difficult time to be a police officer in New York City, for a host of reasons. Some of the anti-police rhetoric that we've heard, some of the, again, my neighborhood wants more police, and any neighborhoods, any council member doesn't want police, I'll take them. But Mayor Adams previously called the council's so-called diaphragm bill that was passed, I believe, last year, a big mistake, and confirmed that it was a good decision by the state Supreme Court to declare it unconstitutional. And I spoke to you about this, because I would be confused how to, if a perp is resisting arrest, I don't know how, with this diaphragm law, how would you grab the person? Because Deputy Mayor Banks, there's always a gun involved, the police officer's gun. So it's very difficult in a life and death situation to know how to even touch let's say a suspect who's resisting arrest. So I know that the mayor is not a fan of the diaphragm law that was passed. And I don't think you are. I'll let you speak for yourself, but do you think the city councils of the law department should be appealing this ruling?
I don't want to be in a position, with all due respect, Councilmember, to tell or advise or suggest what the council should do. I think that they are embodied enough to make that decision on their own. I do know that I believe that if you're looking at the essence of it, and there's no one that I've spoken to, certainly the one who matters the most, which is Mayor Adams, that mistake the fact of someone keeps implied in intent and over pressure on one's windpipe is different from someone that he's wrestling with a felony and his arm happens to cross the individual's neck. It's very difficult to take down individuals. Now, is it that difficult when you keep it there for a minute extra or 2 minutes or 3 minutes, 4 minutes? Absolutely not. You do cross the line of criminality.
Right.
And I think that the confusion or Mr. Turbish with the bill was that if you make any type of contact, But as far as the council, listen here, I respect these council members. I know most of them, and the ones I don't know, I will get to know. I can't advise or suggest what they should or should not do. I can only give what we believe on the mayor's administration on it. And I think sometimes we are looking to achieve the same objectives if we sit down and discuss certain things. As an example, there was a former council member, and I think I'm at liberty to say her name, Helen Rosenthal. She was putting together a bill. And when I was serving on the transition, I asked her, did she sit down and speak with the NYPD prior to this? And she said no. And I arranged a meeting, and then they realized that they had agreed upon 95% of the bill, and she altered the part of the bill, and the bill is either in motion or had passed. So I just like to say is that sometimes that we don't want on the Adams administration side, take a position to say, this is our position, we know what's best. It's when we talk and we come to the table with no pre-conclusions. I'm listening, and this is what I'm doing now. I have a host of notes. I'm gonna go back, I'm gonna check, because these city agencies aren't 100% right? They make mistakes, and there may be some mistakes in this blueprint that we need to adapt and we need to modify. So we're not standing still on anything here. We just come to it with an open mind, and we certainly hope, in fact, I've had these similar conversations with the Speaker of the House, who I've known for a very, very long time. We're not standing and taking these positions. As far as that particular bill, I do think there was some fallacies with that bill. I think the essence of the bill is fine. We do not want officers out there implying, somebody's windpipe where they can't breathe. I mean, obviously nobody wants that. So we just want to make sure that we can get it right. And I think that if we keep an open line and we don't come to any of these discussions that we know what's best, or our position that we've adopted is the best position, and there's room for discussion and negotiation, and changing your mind and pivoting is a sign of strength. It is not a sign of weakness. I think these next 4 years that we can all look back and say that we have and will move the needle to a very positive and much more safer city. So, and I appreciate the support, council members, or to all the council members.
Yeah, but again, I look at the officers on the street who are trying to do their job in a very stressful situation. They're seeing the worst of society every day. They're going from 911 call to 911 call, seeing all different types of activities and facing very, very dangerous situations. And then we also ended qualified immunity, which also makes it more difficult. So it's not a surprise that we're seeing a rise in crime because of the added pressures. That's what I'm saying here. And you, as a former police officer, and the mayor also understand this, that there are human beings involved, and those are the officers that we have to. They're human beings. They're on the street and they're under a lot of stress, and we're making it tougher. That's what I'm saying. With some of these regulations on them and so forth. But I appreciate your comments, and certainly I think as a council that we have to understand that these are human beings that are on the street and trying to protect us, and that are in harm's way every second of the day.
Yes.
Thank you, Councilmember. I'll turn back to Chair Hanks now.
Thank you very much. Thank you so much for Deputy Mayor Banks for staying and answering everybody's questions. I'm going to now turn it over to Mr. Kingsley to open up our public testimony.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. We'll now be turning to the public testimony section of this hearing. I'd like to remind everyone that unlike our typical council hearings, we'll be calling in individuals one by one to testify. Council members who have questions for particular panelists, use the Zoom raise hand function. I will call on you after the panelist has completed their testimony. For panelists, once your name is called, a member of our staff will unmute you and you will be able to begin delivering testimony. I will be calling on a number of people just to get you queued up so you're prepared. So to begin public testimony, today we will hear from Sean Williams, followed by Iris Baez, followed by Tina Luongo.
Hello?
Yes, you may go ahead, sir.
Yes, my name is Sean Williams, the father of Antonio Williams, who's he was murdered in 2019 by NYPD plainclothes officers. I just have an issue with that. I've heard of, I understand it says, and it's still, to me, it's still the plainclothes unit. You just changed the name. Chased my son down, did an unconstitutional stop, chased him down, beat him, and then killed him. So my issue with this is, I understand is they say it's going to be a different, the street crime unit is going to be different. Is it going to be different from the same thing that had the same unit that killed my son, Eric Gardner, Sheed Vassell, Kamani Gray, Carlos Lopez, and so many others? I understand that what I would love to see is the committee stand with the families of the, and look for accountability from these officers. Because what my family is looking for, we would love to see these officers fired. I sat here, I was listening to the whole council, and they listened at one point, they said it was a encounter with people and they had a gun and the
Time expired.
Yes, they arrested the man with no shots fired. And with these plainclothes units, I'm not so sure, I'm not buying in on it yet. And I'm pretty sure I'm not going to buy in on it because it's just a change the name and put the same cops on the street. And it just makes me wonder what kind of program, and I was listening to everyone's argument about the program. And to me, it doesn't sound like a real successful program. I understand they say did a couple of arrests. And I was wanting to know what happens to the officers when it's shown that their camera's not on, when it's shown that they're wrong.
Time.
Anything gonna happen to them? What accountability are they gonna have when something happens to these officers? Are they gonna get fired? Are they gonna what is the accountability for it? What I see is a flooding of hyper-aggressive officers flooding the Black and brown neighborhoods and using their own ideas of, you get trained, but you're gonna use, once you're in the street, you're gonna use your own ideas of, okay, racial profiling, and that's what's gonna happen. You're gonna racial profile people and you're gonna make arrests. To me, it seems like it's a lot of illegal. It's like the same old thing, but we changed the name of it and we're gonna put it back on the street. I wanna see because the Mayor Adams got, when he was before he was hired as mayor, he was making a lot of promises on holding cops accountable and everything. And I'm still waiting to see this. I am still waiting to see this because the same thing, only thing I saw so far was Mayor Adams put plainclothes officers who murdered my son and many others back on the street. And then he said, okay, now we're gonna we're gonna bring back stop and frisk, even though that was illegal. So by doing that, I'm trying to understand what is he looking to find proved by doing that. Because what it's going to end up, in my eyes, what it's going to end up turning into is a bunch of hyper-aggressive cops going out, racially profiling people in Black and brown neighborhoods, and just a whole lot of things going wrong. So I asked the committee to please stand with the families of the victims, of the cops who've murdered their loved ones.
Thank you for your testimony, sir.
Thank
Councilmember
you.
Caban, do you have a question? Councilmember Caban, you may go ahead.
Starting time.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony, Mr. Williams. Also, thank you, Chair, for giving Mr. Williams the space to take some extra time to testify here today. Obviously, he has experienced unspeakable pain and harm. And so I heard in your testimony that, the justice your family is seeking is that the officers that killed your son, Antonio, are fired.
Yeah.
And, the follow-up question that I want to ask you is, what can we, the City Council, be doing to support you and your family?
Well, just to stand by the families and understand that we've lost loved ones and we're looking for accountability. Because a lot of, I would say, a lot of council members, if they sat in our shoes as families who's lost loved ones, it's like a club you don't want to be in. That you lost your loved one and no one's giving you answers. No one's being accountable, even though the NYPD say they won't being transparent, but they're still not being transparent. There's no transparency. And it leaves you wondering, okay, so is Mayor Adams going to stay true to the promise he was holding of abusive officers, accountability? Are you going to stay true to being transparent with everyone? Because right now, so far, the neighborhood safety team only seems like it's just the same cops, just a different title. That's all it seemed to me. And that's what I was asking for the council as accountability for me and my family. It is fired officers who murdered my son.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Williams.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Caban and Mr. Williams. Next, we'll hear from Iris Baez, followed by Tina Luongo and Liliani Mateen.
Starting time.
My name is Iris Baez, and I'm sorry. Good afternoon to everybody. My name is Iris Baez. I'm the mother of Anthony Baez. I've been fighting for justice for 4 mayors and since my son was murdered in 1994 by Francis X. Lavoti, 46th Precinct in the Bronx. And for nearly 3 decades, I have joined with other NYPD, with other New York City's parents, mothers, fathers, brothers, sisters, and the administration to stop police violence, heavy-handed approach to public safety, especially Black and Latino communities. We don't want any family to join this club anymore. Of us wanted to be in it, and yet, again, here we go. We're tired, ya está bueno, estamos cansados. We know that defying insanity, it's when you recycle the same abusive ineffectiveness to try to promote them as new solution. That's what Mayor Adam is doing with this neighborhood safety team. Giuliani, Bloomberg, de Blasio all said they could end gun violence and more policing, more locking up the people. Instead, they just continue a long history and culture of NYPD brutality. Now Mayor Adam is going the same route. It doesn't matter what unit where, the clothes don't change the officers. They come out of this history, and all but one are going back to the Black and Latino community. We get the same results. Hello? Adam says.
Ms. Baez, are you finished wrapping up your testimony, ma'am?
No, I just need a little bit more, 2 minutes. Okay. Adam said these officers were retired, but family are tired of hearing the same. My son was murdered with an illegal chokehold, was banned in the city. And 2 decades after, Everett Gardner was murdered with the same chokehold. Adam recently tried to deter New York from filming police and had failed to show he will hold abusive police officers accountable. We're here to blueprint. Where's his blueprint for policing and violence? Retraining fairly police officers track and kill our loved ones. Families are asking the city council to stand with us and oppose Mayor Adams' version of police plainclothes unit. The families want to put this club out of business. So I'm asking the city council to join us and defunding the police and put that money back into the communities that they're being abused. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your testimony.
Thank you so much.
And next we'll hear from Tina Luongo, followed by Yafa Diaz and Rakesh Dooland. Ms. Luongo, you may go ahead.
Starting time.
Sorry. Good afternoon, everybody. And I want to thank the City Council for holding this hearing, Chair Hanks, as well as thank CPR for inviting me onto this very important panel of families most impacted by what we are talking about today. I'm the Chief Public Defender at the Legal Aid Society, which is this city's public defender. But I am also someone who supports our Cure Violence partners in every single borough and see the dramatic work in true partnership and change that program has done over the course of the many years. We started as a partner in that movement when it was merely 6 sites, and now we're close to 30 citywide. We're at a pivotal moment in our city. There is no denying that. We've heard from everybody. We've seen the statistics. We watch the news and we feel the pain. We feel the pain of people in communities where families, children are being injured. And we hear the pain and suffering of the families that just actually testified, that have lost loved ones to the other violence, that at the hands of law enforcement. We're also at a pivotal time in our state where, because of movements and attitudes of this city's administration, this mayor and this police commissioner, we are now looking at rollbacks to bail, discovery, and raise the age. That were reforms that were working. And later in the panels, you will hear from public defenders, my sister organizations, talking about that. Today, we released a report at the Legal Aid Society showing data on failed broken window policing. And I ask you to turn and look at those statistics as you think about the future of our city and the policies and
Time
this plan.
expired.
The fact of the matter is that we do need action to invest. But what we also see are regressive policies being implemented. Neighborhood safety teams that are very reminiscent of anti-crime units. Broken windows policing under the guise of targeted policing. We heard our commissioner today talk about science and data, and yet when cross-examined and asked by members of this committee to show the data, there was resistance to providing that data in an open and transparency. And yet what we hear is trust us. We hear our law enforcement leaders trust us. We hear our mayor say, trust us. We saw a mayor go into the shelter system and call out for more shelter resources, but hours before had city workers wreck housing encampments, throwing away people's valuable only items. That is the reality of what we are facing. A true plan will be an investment plan. A true plan will be an accountability plan. A true plan will mean that accountability equals discipline. Accountability equals culture change. Accountability is inviting these family members who have lost loved ones into talking about how never to have it happen again. And a true plan will have funding and be based on data. Lots more to say this afternoon, I'm sure, from people who are very impacted, but I thank you for the time and the space you've provided me.
Thank you so much for your testimony. I see Councilmember Caban has a question.
Starting time.
Yes, thank you. And thank you for testifying, Tina, really appreciate it. I just also want to thank you because the Legal Aid Society released a report last night confirming alarming racial disparities in the NYPD's approach to broken windows policing. And y'all found that in 2021, 91% of the broken windows arrests that they reviewed were of Black, Latinx, and other New Yorkers of color. And so I'd be curious to hear how the NYPD explains such stark racial disparities in their policing strategies. But my question for you is just, do you think that the disparities like the ones pointed out in that report are a sign of lawful constitutional policing? I believe Tina is still muted.
Thank you. All right, yes. Sometimes muting a public defender is sometimes a good thing, I suppose. I don't know. Thank you for that question, and thank you for talking about the data. Of course it's unconstitutional. Look, I heard earlier today about precision policing. You know, precision policing for the folks we represent often is an unconstitutional stop. You know, it is always the escalation of an approach, right? Which is why the Cure Violence partners, right, are the way in which to deal with things that are raised as complaints in communities by community members, so that the response is by the community, so that the response doesn't engage the power of law enforcement to go and perhaps work in a community to address a concern, whether that be loud music, a group of kids sitting on a stoop in the summertime. Because the end result always is that the enforcement escalates, right? Escalates in that moment, and winds up being very much the videos we see over and over again on social media of aggressive sort of responses to what are things that community can handle on their own without police.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Tina. Next, we'll hear from Rakesh Doolin, followed by Michael Sitsinski, followed by Ali Finn, followed by Carlos Rosario.
Starting time.
Hi, everybody. My name is Rakesh.
Rakesh, you might have to shut off your other device.
There we go. So sorry about that. Hello, my name is Rakesh Zulim. I'm the lead organizer of education for the Liberation Power Project here at Fierce NYC. I am a first-generation Jamaican American and a longtime New Yorker who identifies as a gender nonconforming person of color, and this is my testimony. In the summer of 2013, while smoking behind a hotel that I was living at the time, I was stopped by Jamaica Avenue's 103rd Precinct. They made it clear to me that my turquoise coat was very similar to the coat that was identified to be the coat of the shooter that was involved in a shooting recently the day before. I then asked the officer to show me a picture of this suspect. When the photo was provided via iPhone, I simply pointed out that the coat didn't match simply because mine had a Ralph Lauren symbol. After that, backup was called immediately. I was then brought to the 103rd Precinct where I stayed for 5 hours. Within those 5 hours, I was subjected to aggressive questioning and threats of incarceration. The last 2 hours of the ordeal was spent in a lineup with a yellow page textbook placed under me, clearly to boost my height. I was later released after spending the entirety of the day being cuffed, provoked, and threatened. It is evident with more resources in tech and government funds that stories like mine will continue to plague our community. My story doesn't stand alone. A number of our youth here at Fierce NYC have experienced such harmful behaviors due to the over-surveillance by the NYPD. That's all.
Thank you so much for your testimony.
Thank you so much.
Next, we'll hear from Michael Sosinski, followed by Ali Finn, Carlos Rosario, and Pilar de Jesus. Michael.
Starting time.
Thank you, Chair Hanks, members of the committee. My name is Michael Zizitsky, Senior Policy Counsel with the NYCLU. The fundamental flaw with the mayor's blueprint is its very premise, namely that there's a way for us to police our way to community safety. The safest communities are not the ones with the most police or the highest jail populations or the most surveillance. They're the communities with the most resources, the strongest social safety, accessible and non-punitive clinical supports for people in crisis. And none of that is possible unless and until the City Council reduces the size, scope, and power of the NYPD. The over-resourcing of the police department has meant the defunding of New York's public health infrastructure and social safety net. That makes it all the more challenging for city officials to tackle the root causes of gun violence, homelessness, and a myriad of other challenges. You've heard a lot about the history of violence and misconduct associated with the anti-crime units now being revived. I do want to briefly address a few points there. One, the precincts where these new units are being deployed are also many of the same precincts with the highest number of reported CCRB complaints. That makes it all the more essential for CCRB to be able to do their jobs and investigate. It also underscores the importance of NYPD being more transparent around discipline. The personnel dashboard from the department still doesn't include the vast majority of information on misconduct complaints and outcomes. How these new units, then show us the full discipline and misconduct records of every officer assigned to these new teams. Second, every New Yorker should be concerned about the administration's recent comments doubling down on broken windows policing as their right to film the police. The hostile rhetoric and these broken windows policies, including the recent and incredibly cruel sweeps targeting unsheltered New Yorkers, should motivate this council to be more proactive in scaling back the harmful scope of policing and investing in real alternatives. Lastly, the council must reject the mayor's calls for the expansion of face recognition and other forms of biometric surveillance. The NYPD's use of face recognition in particular has been reckless, especially given the high error rates when it comes to the technology's ability to identify people of color and women, and a misidentification leading to a police encounter is something that can have life-altering or life-ending consequences. Those are the stakes here. And I will wrap up shortly. We know that the department has already misled the public on their use of face recognition. They've claimed in the face recognition platform, when in fact they had. They downplayed the risks of misidentification that had been widely reported, and their actual use of body and unlawful practices, like running searches based on celebrity lookalike, suspect images, and running searches against sealed records, including sealed juvenile mugshots. The NYPD has proven time and time again it cannot be trusted with the continued use of this dangerous technology. So instead of investing further in flawed racist technologies as called for in the blueprint, use altogether. We'll have much more to say in written testimony that we'll file with the committee, but I thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Next, we'll hear from Ali Finn, followed by Carlos Rosario.
Starting time.
Thank you. I'm testifying today on behalf of the Immigrant Defense Project, where I'm the senior researcher focusing on surveillance tech and immigration policing. We cannot overstate how concerned we are about the mayor's blueprint. We know that this will further criminalize Black, Brown, and immigrant communities. One of the reasons for that is the expansion of invasive surveillance and violent over-policing practices. I want to focus on two of these in this testimony that we have not focused on enough today. The first is the proposed expansion of NYPD cooperation with state police and with federal agencies, including the ATF, FBI, and unnamed federal partners. This could bypass New York City's principles and policies as a sanctuary city. This is because state agencies are already known to cooperate with ICE and other federal agencies and can easily pass along data on immigrant New Yorkers from the NYPD. Coordination with federal agencies is also a slippery slope that could funnel New Yorkers into ICE custody and increase surveillance, raids, and deportation. It is imperative that New York City uphold its existing policies and the mayor's own commitments to limit ICE and police collaboration and to safeguard all of its residents. We encourage the council to provide continued oversight to any further cooperation that the mayor's office or the NYPD will have with state and federal agencies. And we encourage the council to move forward to pass Intro 2473, a bill that would eliminate the gang database known as the criminal group database, which I'm happy to follow up about. The second point is the expansion of policing technologies. We have repeatedly seen tech tools fuel invasive surveillance and data collection without consent, and in ways that violate our community's civil liberties and rights. This is not only an issue of accuracy, it's not about fixing error rates, as much of the administration's testimony today has implied. The mayor's plan and the admin today refuse to say what these technologies are. We need oversight, not only for these unnamed new technologies, I'm almost done, including facial recognition, but what is being used now and historically, and what could be expanded. This is facial recognition, predictive policing software, ShotSpotter, rampant data collection and sharing, surveillance vans, and beyond. This is not only what is new. And these technologies rely on algorithms that, as we know, have been proved over and over and over to reinforce racist and other structural biases targeting Black, immigrant, and other over-policed communities. We ask the council to provide oversight and regulation for these technologies that threaten New Yorkers' privacies and civil liberties, and to adopt that any adoption of new technology, designed for policing and surveillance should undergo a rigorous process of full disclosure by the city agency. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Councilmember Caban.
Starting time.
Thank you for your testimony and the work that you do. I know that you outlined a number of the risks of cooperation and database sharing between NYPD and state and federal agencies, and that was really clearly laid out, so thank you. But could you expand a little bit on how exactly these things play out in impacting our communities right here in the city? I think you've got to be unmuted. There you go.
Yeah, just got the Zoom magic just came through. Thank you for the question. So we at IDP, we have been monitoring ICE policing and arrest trends for close to a decade. As part of this, we have documented ICE policing tactics, which include how ICE agents repeatedly use ruses pretending to be NYPD officers and other law enforcement agencies to track, target, and detain people. The expanded cooperation that we're talking about could not return us to these policies, but they have continued, but could increase them significantly. That is because state police officers are able to share the sensitive information with federal authorities. They're not bound to the same city policies that limit our city agencies from cooperating with federal immigration enforcement. And the outlining of this expanded cooperation has been quite vague in the blueprint and the mayor's statements. The other thing that I'll highlight based on your question is ICE has participated in joint task forces between local police and state and federal agencies. These include gang task forces that focus on largely young boys and teens from Central America and more largely Black and Latinx New Yorkers. And this helps ICE target people for deportation. Through these task forces, ICE and local and state police regularly share information and coerce young people into providing names of alleged gang members, subjecting thousands and thousands of young people to increased surveillance without any evidence of criminal conduct.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you both. Next, we'll hear from Carlos Rosario, followed by Pilar de Jesus and Darian X.
Starting time.
Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. My name is Carlos Rosario. I'm a lifelong Bronx resident living in Fordham area of the North Bronx. I'm also an organizer with Fierce NYC, a nonprofit dedicated to LGBTQ youth 14 to 26 years old. Fierce NYC is a membership-based organization building leadership and power of lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, and queer youth of color in New York City. I have resided at 56 East, 184th Street, zip code 10468 for about 13 years, right up the block from Fierce NYC, which created the desire to work with the youth in my neighborhood. I have been and seen through many challenges, many changes in our community. From local stores, they come and go. Some get facelifts, some go out of business. But the one constant thing that always remains the same in our community, this community, is seeing an increase of officers and seeing less interactions with community members. This has created less community interactions from youth, more youth being in the local parks to us seeing the local youth in our resident neighborhoods, in the buildings. Even in my building, as I sat in Community Book 5, I got to engage more closely with community members, and they don't want to send their children outside. There's a lot of fear of violence, and of course, from the increase of cops. A lot of our community members have the perception that more cops means there's more violence in the community. So innovation and creativity are what we're calling for. It's needed now more than ever to build relationships. Building pipelines to resilience as opposed to building pipelines to prison should be the driving force when considering surveillance programs and their expansion, which always disproportionately impacted youth of color, youth with disabilities, and LGBTQ students. Fierce NYC encourages the partners, I'm going to finish my last line, who are part of the blueprint to end violence and to not arm more systems that take our youth away from safe and brave spaces. Our youth are radical in creating change. Consider building relationships with them and partnering with our gatekeepers. Once again, our kids are scared. They're coming up to us and telling us their experiences. And we want to highlight that. Our youth are scared in this neighborhood. So we've started doing tracking surveillance of these experiences, and we love to partner in the future and share some of that. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Next, we'll hear from Pilar de Jesus, followed by Darian X and Ileana Mendez Penante.
Starting time.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for being patient and happy almost Friday, halfway there. My name is Pilar de Jesus. I am a Senior Advocacy Coordinator from Take Root Justice. At Take Root Justice, we provide legal participatory research and policy support to strengthen the work of grassroots and community-based groups in New York City to dismantle racial, economic, and social oppression. We're almost like movement advocates and lawyers. We're also members of CPR, Communities Unites for Police Reform. And I'm also a Latina who was born and raised in East Harlem. So I speak on behalf of the organizations I work with, but I also speak as a person, who's been affected by many of these racist, outdated policies that existed. And, for decades, our communities have been begging for a holistic resolution for public health and safety that addresses the root of gun violence and all other violence that exists in the city. It's been in my experience, both as a Latina who's been born and raised in East Harlem and as an advocate for my communities, that the organized abandonment of our community stems a lot from the leaders and the city agencies that answer to these leaders. We need to focus on the root of the problem. And it's been in my experience in a lot of these cases, there's always this talk of the cure. We keep forgetting the cause. There are a lot of causes that are creating the violence that is stemming, in this city and the state and actually across the country. And the evidence is really right there in front of us. We have people who are testifying to the evidence, how things didn't work and why we need to be included, the community, the people who have been the most infected when you're making decisions for us. And I'll be wrapping up in a few minutes. Because the roots, and I want to address some roots of some of the roots that I see, the causes, and we need to focus on causes and cures. And I'll end with this: some of the roots we have. If we want to end gun violence, maybe we need to also think about why is our U.S. budget? Why do we spend 10.5% on defense to pay for more guns, for more military complex? We're spending trillions of dollars to make more weapons. And we're not putting that money into the social services, into housing. We are creating people, we're not helping the tenants by canceling the rent. The rent relief that was supposed to be available to tenants is not real. So now we have 200+ thousand tenants who are about to lose their housing. That is the root of the problem. The root is that a lot of these harms are psychologically causing folks to become unstable. The recent vaccine mandates has caused many city workers to lose their job opportunities. So that will mean that they will have lost their home. They could be in jeopardy of losing their home and their livelihood. There are a lot of causes, and one more thing, a lot of causes. Children are losing their places like the Children's Aid. And we need to address that before we go into the cure. We're always going into the cure without addressing the real cause. And this harm and we're just ignoring the harm that the culture of the NYPD has done to our communities and to people like me. And so there's just so much more to say, but I think we need to really think about the causes before we start jumping to these cures that look just like the other cures that were violently harmful towards us.
Thank you for your testimony. Next, we'll hear from Darian X, followed by Ileana Mendez Penate, followed by Kelly Young.
Starting time.
Thank you. Peace, Chair Hanks and members of the Public Safety Committee. My name is Darian X. I am the lead campaign organizer at the Brooklyn Movement Center and a lifelong New Yorker born and raised in the heart of Central Brooklyn neighborhoods. My friends, my family, and I have been personally impacted by generations of structural dilapidation of those communities. I'm here to testify today because I want to see our city undo the structural violence and racism that only breeds this Black death, all while our government officials tell us that Black lives matter. I want New York City to become a place that supports sustainable futures for all communities. Unfortunately, what the mayor and the city council have offered people who come from neighborhoods and communities like mine is exactly the opposite. And Mayor Adams' blueprint, he suggests increased policing in neighborhoods like Crown Heights, Bed-Stuy, and Brownsville will create a better quality of life for community members there. What his administration ignores is that these same neighborhoods lack the most socioeconomic resources and already see the highest criminalization of low-income people. To address gun violence and virtually ignore the systemic lack of resources that make it possible is like ripping out a weed and leaving the root to propagate in its future. Where people live, the racism they encounter, and the resources they have access to all shape their proximity to and risk of gun violence before a shot is ever fired. If we want to radical transformation of these conditions, we must provide radical funding to solutions that undo the root causes of generational systemic neglect. We cannot continue to accept concentrated poverty and decades of disinvestments in Black life as a status quo for places like Central Brooklyn. We must provide a radically new framework in the ways we address the forms of structural, racial, and spatial violence that are the lifeline of gun violence.
Time expired.
Further, the blueprint proposes a revival and rebranding of the recently disbanded anti-crime unit, denounced for its abusive policing practices that have led to the deaths of several New Yorkers, many of whose families have never seen officers held accountable. While the mayor and the NYPD claim intensive and precision policing models reduce violence in our communities, there is no communal, anecdotal, or empirical data to support this claim. We do know, however, that these practices will in fact further the intensive targeting of marginalized communities who already disproportionately bear the burden of criminalization, arrest, and surveillance. Black and brown communities, trans and gender nonconforming communities, queer communities, folks with mental illnesses, and folks struggling with addictions, and further plunge our city into violence, ill health, and suffering. If this council, if this body believes that Black life matters, then it needs to improve the social conditions of Black life. Black life must be affirmed through access to critical resources, some of which we would like to see look like increasing access to comprehensive community-based health programs and services, actually increasing and fully funding violence prevention programs and violence intervention programs, and actually funding job programs and other programs for young people that are year-round. With this said, we need a council that is willing to go beyond knee-jerk reactions and surface-level funding for isolated programs. At a moment in our city where Black and Latinx New Yorkers continue to die of COVID-19 at twice the rate of other communities, where the employment rate for Black New Yorkers goes more than twice the unemployment rate for white residents, and Black and Latinx New Yorkers are 5 times as likely to suffer severe food hardships compared to their white residents. The mayor suggests that flooding under-resourced communities with police will remove guns and stop violence. And we know that this simply is not true. To wrap up, I'd like to leave the members of this hearing with a quote from Dr. King, in which he says, "Violence is anything that denies human integrity and leads to hopelessness and helplessness." Our communities experience violence every budget cycle in which critical resources are not funded. We want safer communities. We want to transform the conditions our folks live in. And we need you to make sure that the solutions that actually work, that actually solve the root causes of problems, get funded. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Next, we'll hear from Ileana Mendez-Penate, followed by Kelly Young, Liv, and then Oresa Napier-Williams.
Starting time.
Thank you, Chair Hanks, for organizing this hearing and for inviting us to testify. And thank you for the entire Public Safety Committee. And thank you, Darian, for that testimony. My name is Ileana Mendez-Penate, and I'm testifying on behalf of Communities United for Police Reform. The blueprint claims that the city is taking a multifaceted approach to addressing gun violence and claims to be mobilizing resources towards non-police, community-based solutions to violence, solutions that we've been fighting for and we know will work. However, we are deeply concerned that in the fiscal 23 preliminary budget, it's very clear that there are no significant increases in cure violence, crisis management programs, youth programs, affordable housing, and mental health programs in Black, Latinx, and other communities of color. In fact, the fiscal 23 preliminary budget tells a very different story. It shows clearly that there are massive resources being put towards increasing policing tactics, such as broken windows policing, quality of life policing, and increased investments in plainclothes units. These policing strategies are notorious for racial profiling, violence, unconstitutional stops, and the suppression of New Yorkers' rights, but they are also costly. The NYPD testified on March 18th that there will soon be over 500 uniform officers assigned to the newly branded neighborhood safety teams, which means that it's costing the city at least $50 million a year simply to staff these teams. The NYPD also testified that they have increased the number of uniform officers in our transit system to 9,600, which means it's costing the city at least $800 million a year to have more police in our train system instead of investing this money in public health solutions. They testified about their continuation of the youth coordination officers, which cost the city at least $35 million a year to target and surveil Black, Latinx, and other young people of color in the city. These monies are just some of the resources being mobilized to increase the policing of our communities, and doesn't include several of the costs of the expensive technology that the NYPD procures, as well as other resources the NYPD is putting towards this blueprint. In comparison, we're not seeing even close to the same amount of resources being mobilized to meaningfully increase crisis management systems, mental health services, youth programs, or hate violence prevention programs. In the fiscal year 23 budget, the SYP program increases. However, it still fails to meet the need of the employment for young people in the city. And 33% of young people who apply will still be left without a job. And it doesn't come close to increasing the number of slots that are needed for all the young people in the city. Nor does this budget include increased investments in restorative justice programs, leadership programs, or other investments in young people. The fiscal year 23 budget also doesn't increase the budget for the Department of Health and Mental Health, the Department of Homeless Services, and the Human Resource Administration, all of which provide vital services to New Yorkers who are still in need, especially Black, Latinx, and other New Yorkers of color who have not recovered from the economic impacts of the COVID-19 pandemic. This blueprint and the accompanying budget tell a clear story. The administration is saying that they are taking a balanced and multifaceted approach to addressing gun violence, when in fact, the only significant financial resources being mobilized are for failed policing tactics that have proven track record of being violent and abusive to Black, Latinx, and other New Yorkers of color. We demand the investments that we know our communities need to survive and thrive. We need to redirect the massive funds being mobilized towards policing and instead invest this money in programs that we know will work and will make a difference both in the short term and in the long term.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Next, we'll hear from Kelly Young, followed by Liv, followed by Arisa Napier-Williams.
Time starts now.
Thank you. My name is Kelly Young. I am a Brownsville native and the Civil Rights Campaign Coordinator for Vocal New York. Across our organization, we implore elected officials to truly appreciate the scope of the intersecting crises that we are facing and reorient government systems and resources in a way that addresses and solves root causes. Mayor Adams' blueprint not only fails to do that, but drives the violence it claims to address. We cannot have an honest conversation about gun violence without acknowledging the violence that is perpetuated by the NYPD. We cannot have an honest conversation about gun violence without acknowledging the structural and systemic violence that fuels interpersonal violence. Poverty is violence, homelessness is violence, job insecurity, food insecurity is violence. A minimum wage that is outpaced by the cost of living is violence. A city budget that pours billions into criminalization and incarceration while cutting billions from life-saving agencies and resources is violence. Our communities have suffered centuries of divestment and have been further destabilized by a global pandemic and government failure to protect its most marginalized communities. Our communities do not need illusions of safety. We don't need to just feel safe. We need to actually be safe. The expansion of policing in our communities have never made us safe. Positioning this as a solution ignores the reality of violence in our communities. And it ignores the fact that the safest communities aren't the ones with the most police, but the ones with the most resources. Mayor Adams pays lip service to public health crises we are facing. Mayor Adams pays lip service to the public health crisis we are facing while adopting a criminalization and policing first model in his preliminary budget. And we've seen this most with homeless New Yorkers. The mayor's policies and dangerous rhetoric have fueled and empowered a growing violent anti-homeless culture in our city that resulted in the tragic killing of 2 homeless New Yorkers just 2 weeks ago.
Time expired.
The stabilization of our communities must be our first priority. We need permanent, safe, and humane housing and care. And to be clear, congregate settings are not safe havens. We need investments in non-police community-based violence interruption, violence intervention programs, as well as investments in accessible resources and care for community members who are victims of violence. We need jobs with wages that are aligned with the cost of living, harm reduction services, wraparound services for people living with mental health complexities and disordered drug use. We need high quality education and healthcare. If this administration and this council is truly committed to our safety, it will move away from the violence of policing and incarceration and invest in life-saving resources that will allow our communities to survive and thrive. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Next, we'll hear from Liv, followed by Arisa Napier-Williams, followed by Erica Ford.
Time starts now.
Hi, my name is Liv Adechi. I represent the Justice Committee, a grassroots organization with almost 40-year history of organizing and supporting families who've lost loved ones to NYPD and survivors of police violence. I'm a resident of Flatbush and I grew up in the Bronx. Mayor Adams' gun violence blueprint is taking New York City backwards to an archaic, abusive approach to public safety. In spite of naming gun violence as a public health crisis, it focuses on criminalizing poverty, homelessness, and mental illness while giving lip service to community investments as a solution. The mayor's preliminary budget makes it clear he has no intention to invest in services for the communities into which he is flooding officers. In the blueprint, the mayor promises unprecedented increases in youth employment, yet the increase for SYEP in his preliminary budget is woefully inadequate and other needed programs are underfunded or cut. The blueprint's so-called expanded mental health care section is an allusion to the expanded use of Kendra's law to force New Yorkers into treatment against their will. Disappearing those who are suffering is not the answer. I recently supported a friend through a mental health crisis. I refused to call 911 because it's not a safe option. I couldn't find affordable services that would treat my friend with dignity and care. Navigating the system, if I was unhoused or under-resourced, would have been impossible. A truly transformative approach to public safety would end New York City's reliance on over-policing and criminalization and include historic levels of investment in a never-before-seen mental health care system that is community-based, culturally competent, non-coercive, non-law enforcement anti-violence programs, SYEP and year-round job opportunities for young people and adults, guidance counselors and restorative justice programs in schools, and truly affordable housing for all New Yorkers. If New York City pushes Adams' blueprint and preliminary budget, it will only enhance a system of poverty that has already been amplified.
Time expired.
The Justice Committee calls on the City Council to turn away from this failed, undeniably abusive approach. Instead, work with us and other groups to develop a new strategy based on principles of equity and ensuring we all have the infrastructure and services we need to thrive. Thank you all.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Next, we'll hear from Arisa Napier-Williams, Erica Ford, and then Scott Levy.
Time starts now.
Good afternoon, Josh. Thank you. It is Orisa Napper-Williams. I am the founder and executive director of Not Another Child. I would first like to thank Chair Hanks, Councilwoman Mealy, and others that are still present. As usual, we see the lack of those that are making these decisions and making these rules and convenings not present when the public and when community is speaking and giving their thoughts. And so today I am here as the founder of Not Another Child, where I innocently lost my son, Andrell Deron Napper, on the streets of Brooklyn, New York, but also as a mother still, and as an aunt, and as just various roles that I play as a woman in our society. After listening to this blueprint all morning and listening to the responses for it as well, and also reading through, the blueprint does not erase the stigma, the biases, or the racial discrimination that is embedded in the NYPD. It has been said over and over today, and I will say it again, we can change the name. The name can be changed. They can go through the trainings and not make it through the trainings and still put on our streets. But it is a fear tactic that comes along when just seeing NYPD. I, even walking down streets, have stopped to assure that our Black and brown young men, because most of the time that is who is stopped, are being treated fairly. And so on today, I ask that we just review or revise or renew, whatever it takes, to get a blueprint that is conducive to the work and to the community, and is what we need. And also thank everyone for your push for the crisis management system. The thing that is lacking is the support and the financial obligation to therapeutic support in the crisis management system. That is one of the lowest paid contracts that is there, but it is needed in every aspect of the work. The therapeutic support, the wellness support, it is not just needed for survivors on the side of the gun, such as I, but for those that are on the other side of the gun. It is needed for the workers that was once part of the problem, but is now a part of the solution. And so that therapeutic aspect, but I want to include being led by survivor-led organizations. We address things from an empathetic approach because we have been there and we still are there. And so those are just my requests. Those are the things that I wanted to identify and amplify on today. And I look forward to working with all of you in the future. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Next, we'd like to invite Erica Ford.
Time starts now.
Greetings. When we address violence as a public health issue, as a disease, we have to understand that it's urgency. I would love to appeal upon you guys to understand the urgency. We've made great statements this morning, but the rubber hits the road when the money is not there to do the work that you're calling for. This new unit that they're putting out, I'm sure that they're not asking the unit to go out and do their work and then get paid later, right? And the CMS budget is 0.0003% of what NYPD gets. And the level of work that we are asked to do should be equivalent to the amount of money that you're paying us to do it. We have to often go beyond our catchment areas to deal with situations that might roll off into our area. You must expand the budget for the New York City Crisis Management System, but it must be expanded and funded in real time. We can no longer wait to get paid, right? We can no longer talk about expansion and then talk about delay in funding. It doesn't allow us to fulfill the obligations, and then you get something that quote unquote doesn't work. Same thing like bail reform. When you talk about bail reform and letting folks out of prison and then not putting the resources there to support them when they're out, the process and the law didn't work. It works, but you got to put the resources behind it to make it work. And so let's stop just putting things out and not funding it in the same capacity in which you see funding criminalization and incarceration, right? If you look at the dollar comparison, it is unbelievable. And everybody spoke on it. I think that we really need to look, if this is safety and co-partnership is real, then let's invest in it. And let's invest in the people on the ground with some real money in real time, and just like you do everybody else.
I have a question for Ms. Ford. How are you?
Peace, I'm good.
Good. How much, actually, so what agencies fund your organization?
It all comes through the majority of it comes through the Mayor's Office of Criminal Justice.
Okay. And how long does it take to have your contracts registered through the Comptroller's Office and payment?
It takes a long time. They have done tremendous in changing the process, but as Selvina Brooks was talking about earlier, they expanded our work, right? They gave us expanded money. We can't not do the expansion work, but we can't get the money. It's not registered. So it's March. We haven't gotten it yet. Our contracts are not registered today.
From
and that's across the board. For 2022, correct, 2022, for the expansion.
That feeling. Right, I know exactly how you feel about that. That is a common issue. Okay, let's, we'll have a further conversation, but we want to definitely understand what that process is, how long it's taking, and how we can work to get that settled, because you cannot ask for the work to be done and then not pay our organizations who are on the ground to do it. So thank you very much for your testimony.
Right. We're ready to do a pilot in Southeast Queens as well. We're fully ready.
Okay. Councilmember Mealy? You're on mute, love.
Time starts now.
Councilmember Mealy needs to be unmuted.
Okay, thank you. They just did it. I would like to ask Ms. Erica Ford, with your organizations not getting paid on time, have you lost any workers? How are they surviving when they're doing the work but not getting paid? Can you elaborate a little bit on that? Have you lost any good staff in regards to that measure with not getting paid? Maybe she has left. I feel.
No, I was
Go ahead,
muted.
Ford.
I didn't
Oh,
leave. We have not lost good staff. We are, Life Camp, but there might be other organizations that have not been able to hire new staff because we're supposed to expand into other areas and expand the work beyond our original catchment areas or do 24/7. We're only an 8-hour shift. So we have, common challenges of the ability to expand in the manner, and I'm not speaking just for Life Camp, but all of the organizations who is particularly the small Black ran organizations, right? Because we're the catalyst to a lot of the stuff. And so those organizations have not been able to really hire new people in the manner in which we need to hire new people to deal with the issues that are happening in the magnitude that they're happening.
Okay, because I know I'm doing Brownsville Think Tank. I did it years ago in my previous administration, and I'm about to do full speed ahead with that. What kind of pilot program are you talking about? You ready to go? Wouldn't that be a great opportunity for this administration to see how effective all our organizations are? So you have a pilot program ready to go?
Yes, we are ready to go because they never really tested CMS. So that's why you keep hearing people talk about cure violence, cure violence, cure violence. We are not cure violence. We are the New York City Crisis Management System. And as Sister Orisa said, therapeutic service is our key attribute, right? We have to make people heal from this stuff. And so we are ready to we partnered with the crime lab in Chicago, Harvard University to test our work. And we are partnered with other CMS sites in our area and ready to go with a pilot in Southeast Queens. So we can really say that in New York City, we're different. We have CMS, it works. And let's expand that throughout the city and throughout the nation.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Ford.
Thank you all for having this meeting.
Thank you, everyone. Next, we'll hear from Scott Levy, followed by Elizabeth Vasquez, followed by Danielle Jackson.
Time starts now.
Thank you so much. My name is Scott Levy. I use he, him pronouns. I'm the managing director of policy at the Bronx Defenders. The public defenders across the city are submitting joint written testimony. I'm going to be talking today about the bail proposal in the mayor's blueprint. Right now, there are over 4,600 New Yorkers sitting on Rikers Island, detained pre-trial because they can't pay for the price of their freedom. That's 4,600 people at risk of losing a job, losing access to education, stable housing, healthcare, and treatment networks. That's 4,600 families risking separation. The blueprint proposal to allow judges to consider a person's dangerousness when setting bail would inevitably send more people, disproportionately and overwhelmingly Black and brown young men, into our city jails, compounding generational harms of mass incarceration and undermining community health and safety. The key to addressing gun violence in the city lies not in New York's bail law, which is working, but in massive investments in our neighborhoods and communities. The 2019 bail reforms were the result of a years-long campaign led by people impacted by the criminal legal system and advocates across the state to begin to undo the harms of mass incarceration and address the crisis of pretrial detention in New York. Bail reform stemmed from a recognition that the same structural racism that impacts every level of the criminal legal system, from street encounters, car stops, arrests, and prosecutions, to the rate of convictions, the length of prison sentences, and imposition of community supervision and surveillance, permeates and defines the bail and pretrial detention system as well. And we know that even short stays and short periods of incarceration and pretrial detention have devastating consequences. People held pretrial are more likely to plead guilty.
Time expired.
More likely to plead guilty to higher charges, get sentenced to higher sentences. And the imperative to decarcerate right now is even more urgent. Conditions on Rikers Island constitute a humanitarian catastrophe. People in custody are dying, with 16 deaths reported last year and 3 deaths on Rikers already this year. Were the state to adopt the dangerous standard proposed by the mayor, untold numbers of people would be consigned to lengthy pretrial detention on Rikers, where every new admission is a potential death sentence. The proposal is particularly problematic in light of the fact that bail reform is working. Since implementation, tens of thousands of people across the state have gone home to their families, to their beds, to their jobs, to their schools, and been able to live their lives successfully and fight their cases outside of incarceration. As one of our clients said, bail reform brought me back to my family and actually changed my life. I almost lost my wife, I almost lost my child, and it showed me that life is too short to sit there and wait. We also know that bail reform is not in any way responsible for the perceived or real rise in violence in the city. Various reports recently have shown that there is no correlation between bail reform and gun violence. This has been confirmed by the city itself, which found that the majority of the pretrial population is not rearrested. Pretrial arrests have remained consistent over time and have not changed with bail reform. Even Governor Hochul, in her recent op-ed, said that the data does not suggest that bail reform is the main cause of gun violence. And the NYPD's own data shows the same thing. The New York Post examined 528 shootings over the first 6 months of 2020, and only in one of those cases was the person charged a person who had been released on pretrial detention. Before I finish out, I just want to address the actual proposal of adding dangerousness to our bail statute. To give into the fear-mongering that has led for the call for judges to be able to consider a person's dangerousness when they first go before a court would be to reverse the critical and hard-fought progress that we have seen from bail reform. Without a crystal ball, it is simply impossible to predict a person's future behavior. And when we ask judges to do this impossible task, what we are really asking them to do is indulge in their worst implicit and explicit biases, to rely on racial stereotypes about who is dangerous and who is not. We have to reject the scapegoating of bail reform as a solution to problems that have its roots in divestment from our communities. And we have to direct our resources, our time, and our efforts towards investing massively in our communities, rather than relying on tools of punishment, incarceration that have proven not to work. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Scott.
Thank you so much, Scott.
Next, we'll hear from Elizabeth Vasquez, followed by Danielle Jackson, followed by Stan German.
Time starts now.
Thank you. My name is Elizabeth Danielle Vasquez, and I'm the director of the Science and Surveillance Project at Brooklyn Defender Services. As Scott mentioned, the defenders have come together to submit joint testimony. For my brief 2 minutes today, I want to focus specifically on the proposed surveillance blueprint in the mayor's proposed blueprint. If we look at the reality of New York City today, the mayor's surveillance blueprint describes a panopticon that New York already built and should dismantle. The city has invested billions in a 20-year surveillance infrastructure building program. NYPD already owns and deploys a vast plethora of technologies, including every kind of camera imaginable, vast analytical and databasing systems like the domain awareness system, about 70 square miles of ShotSpotter coverage across the city, a fleet of drones, multiple facial recognition algorithms, social media analysis and scraping tools, and on and on. It would take well more than 2 minutes to catalog them all. We've provided more detail on a selection of these technologies in Appendix A of our written testimony, and I'd be happy to talk with anyone here about those technologies in the future. But despite these investments and deployments, the tools that the NYPD has purchased did nothing to stop or ameliorate this claimed spike in violence that we're talking about today in the first place. In fact, the department today referenced a new investment in reliance on firearms tool marks examination, otherwise known as ballistics analysis. Currently within our criminal legal system, here and throughout the country, courts are examining and rejecting the scientific basis for this very technology. Sending good money after bad will do nothing to enhance public safety. Instead, all this surveillance infrastructure has accomplished is to expand the burgeoning surveillance state, repeatedly infringe on New Yorkers' dignity, privacy, and First Amendment freedoms, and further entrench the systemic racism inherent in our criminal legal system. This reality has nothing to do with accuracy or the need for improvement. There is no way to construct a surveillance state in a way that honors our fundamental rights and dignity or builds real justice. Historically and presently, the NYPD uses these existing technologies disproportionately within and targeted against communities of color. Though the NYPD has refused to be transparent about the disparate impact of its surveillance regime, the few examples for which some data exist reveal a stark truth. The gang database is more than 98% composed of people of color. ShotSpotter sensors are deployed overwhelmingly in predominantly Black and brown neighborhoods. More than 90% of those having their phone calls recorded in our city's jails are Black and brown. And these systems are deployed unilaterally, arbitrarily, and without oversight. The NYPD's post-act disclosures reveal that the department does not believe a warrant is required before using over 85% of the technologies they identify. Blanket promises like those made today that the NYPD is in compliance with the Constitution as it deploys these technologies are more than hollow. The department has even failed to comply with the limited disclosure requirements imposed by this council through the Public Oversight of Surveillance Technology Act in 2020, issuing policies that rely on boilerplate and platitudes while failing to include actual substance on mandated critical issues like disparate impact. New Yorkers are already living in a house built by the runaway surveillance state. More floors in that house are both unnecessary and dangerous. A better blueprint for the future of this city and its people relies on true investment in its people, in housing, education, and medical and mental health care, and in proven solutions, not the failed technocratic policing visions of the mass incarceration era. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Next, we'll hear from Danielle Jackson, followed by Stan German, Haley Nolasco, and Darren Mack.
It starts now.
Good afternoon. My name is Danielle Jackson, and I am the interim managing attorney of the criminal defense practice at Neighborhood Defender Service of Harlem. As mentioned before, NDS has submitted joint written testimony with the other defenders. I will focus my oral testimony today on discovery and raise the age. The blueprint appears to suggest that a large number of gun cases are being dismissed or delayed due to discovery. That is far from the truth. To be clear, the majority of gun cases in New York City are charged as felonies, and prosecutors have 6 months to get the case ready for trial. The discovery statute already takes into account materials that are voluminous or not in the actual possession of prosecutors, and also gives prosecutors a wide variety of options to stop the speedy trial clock while they gather further evidence. Very few gun cases have ended in flat-out dismissals. And those dismissals, in large part, are not due to discovery. Illegal search and seizures, false testimony by officers, or lack of evidence, including DNA results not matching the person accused, are some of the reasons why these cases are being dismissed. The blueprint fails to address the real issue with discovery reform in New York City. That is the NYPD's continued resistance and lack of compliance with providing discovery materials to prosecutors. In countless courtrooms throughout the city, prosecutors are informing judges and defense counsel of their repeated requests for discoverable materials from the NYPD to no avail. Now, this is especially problematic in light of the $39.2 million the NYPD received to specifically comply with the new discovery laws. And that includes the legal document platform project that was completed at a cost of $11.3 million, and that was supposed to aid the department in electronic file sharing and transferring. So perhaps better training on that $11.3 million project and real oversight on the NYPD's failures to provide prosecutors with the documents they need will address the issues raised in the blueprint. Now I would like to address raise the age. Raise the age is not responsible for the gun violence issue in New York City. In the first 18 months after Raise the Age went into effect, shootings in New York City remained at the lowest they had been in decades. The blueprint's first proposed amendment to Raise the Age, which will mandate that 16 and 17-year-olds who are arrested for gun charges waive their right to remain silent or be charged as adults, is patently unconstitutional. This proposal violates young people's rights against self-incrimination and their right to remain silent during police interrogations. Now, besides being unconstitutional and illegal, this change will incentivize false confessions and false information being provided to law enforcement. And it flies in the face of decades of science, policy, and legal opinions, recognizing that children are particularly vulnerable to pressure inherent in any interaction or interrogation with police, and it will only prone to false confessions. This will expose children to harsher penalties in the adult court system, and it puts more pressure on them to waive their constitutional rights and actually puts them at a higher risk in their communities for cooperating with the NYPD. Now, if the mayor is interested in protecting children of this city, he should uphold Raise the Age, invest in housing, education, and supportive programming for the city's youth. Finally, the Blueprint's second proposal of changing the removal factors on the Raise the Age is unnecessary, and it does nothing to make communities safer. Prosecutors already have the ability to prevent removal of those cases. Again, discover reform and change the age are not contributors to gun violence, and the Blueprint's proposal on these topics does not make our community safer.
Thank you. I have a question. Thank you, Danielle. What is the name of the platform, the $11 million platform, which was supposed to be there to assist the district attorneys with discovery? And do you know what budget it was paid in? If you don't, that's okay.
Yes, so the project is called the Legal Document Platform Project. And I received that information from the City Council's fiscal 2022 executive budget report for the New York City Police Department that was issued on May 11th, 2021.
Okay, May 11th, 2021. So it's the legal document, I'm sorry.
The title of it is the Report to the Committees on Finance and Public Safety on the fiscal 2022 executive budget for the New York City Police Department.
Thank you. That's good to know. I appreciate that information. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Next, we'll hear from Stan German. There you are, Stan. After Stan, we'll hear from Haley Nolasco, Darren Mack, Nina Loshkijian.
Time starts now.
Yes, hi, good afternoon. My name is Stan Hedman. I'm the Executive Director of New York County Defender Services, Public Defender, operating here in Manhattan. And I want to focus on two parts of the Blueprint, Chair Member Hanks, which is the mental illness portion of it, as well as the broken windows policing. And I think the debate that we've seen play out this morning with so many council members and the administration is really a lack of reimagining police response in New York City. And the problem with the with the mayor's blueprint is that it's backward looking. It's taking Giuliani era policing strategies, it's dusting it off, it's rebranding it, it's giving a new look and a new name, and somehow trying to convince everyone that this is the way forward. And I want to particularly talk about the exchange between Councilmember Caban and the commissioner on the issue of broken windows policing and whether the conclusion of the National Academy of Sciences somehow is applicable to New York City. And I'm going to read, quote, "There is scant, if any, evidence that broken windows policing, arresting, and prosecuting minor offenders in order to prevent major crimes reduces violent crime. In fact, a 2016 City Department of Investigation report, which reviewed 6 years of arrest data, showed broken windows policing yielded no reduction in violent crime, nor does empirical evidence support the idea that actual low-level disorder in a community creates a sense of lawlessness that emboldens criminal action." This wasn't said by Tiffany Caban. This was said by Cy Vance, the former prosecutor and district attorney for New York County. And he said it in an op-ed 2 years ago. So let's not kid ourselves. This idea that targeting low-level crimes and broken windows policing is going to get violent criminals off the streets or make us safer is not the answer. So what is the answer? What does it look like, Chair Member Hanks, to look forward? And I want to draw your attention to the STAR program that's in effect in Denver, Colorado. So the STAR program stands for Supported Team Assisted Response. And what they have is no police involvement in the unit. They have social workers, EMTs, mental health folks. And it is similar to Be Heard, which is operational in just a few precincts here in New York City. But the difference is, and this is crucial, is that they're not just focused on low-level mental illness crisis, but they're also dealing with trespass calls, intoxicated persons, welfare checks, loitering. And so what I would say is we shouldn't ignore when your constituents are calling about a quality of life issue. But what we need to do is change the response. Be Heard needs to be invested in, and it needs to be expanded. In Denver, they responded to 2,600 calls in a short period, and they had to involve the police 0% of the time. That means no escalation. That means no tension between the distrust of police officers in certain communities and minor offenses. It means that if somebody is selling Lucy cigarettes in front of a deli, that you would have one more constituent alive in Staten Island in Eric Garner, because these folks without police present could de-escalate and resolve the matter. And the last thing I'll say is resources. And I want to give a shout out here to Council Member Barron, right? It's chump change what we're investing in these programs. For every dollar we spend on arrest and incarceration, we're spending 10 cents in these programs. If you're really going to be serious, we have to reallocate resources and really invest in these programs. NYPD is asking for $417 million just for overtime. Let's take away these responses. Let's give it to community-based reaction teams and shift the resources. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Mr. German. Can you just talk a little bit about the STSR program?
The STAR program, right. STAR program, it's based in Denver. When New York City reached out to Denver, we have a program called Behavioral Health Emergency Assistance Response. It started up in Northern Manhattan. It is expanding to a couple of other precincts, but they just focus on low-level mental health crisis. And what I'm suggesting is, why don't they respond to quality of life calls? Why don't they respond to somebody who is maybe urinating in public, that maybe that person's homeless or mentally ill, right? Why do we have to have the police department react to these issues? And so I think if we just shift the reaction, you could still serve the needs of your constituency, but we're going in it with just a different mindset, and we're removing NYPD from the equation. And so I just think we need to invest heavily in Be Heard, and we need to expand, and we need to get away from this idea that, well, we're going to study it for 2 years. When the mayor wants to initiate a new policing strategy, they go all in. This has now been operational for 9 months, and we need to really invest and expand in this type of emergency response.
Great, thank you so much for your testimony.
Okay, please send that to me at khanks@council.nyc.gov. Thank you very much.
All right, Chairperson, bye-bye.
Thank you, Stan. Next, we'll hear from Haley Nolasco, Darren Mack, Nina Loshkijian, and then Shanduk McFadder.
Starting time.
Good afternoon, Chair Hanks and esteemed members of the Public Safety Committee. My name is Haley Nolasco, and I'm the Director of Community-Based Violence Prevention at the Center for Court Innovation. We support the city's steps to reduce gun violence by building on existing community programming, and commend the administration for further supporting the courageous crisis management system and for creating more opportunities for young people. However, we must continue to further build upon the approaches and invest in community-led activation of public spaces, increase access to more economic development opportunities so people don't feel the need to rely on illegal means to support themselves, and further invest in meaningful trauma-informed mental health interventions to allow individuals to address underlying feelings of safety. Moreover, during a time of increased shootings across the city, we recognize that communities are calling on their leaders to prioritize safety, but they also want an equitable justice system, especially as research has already shown that the harms of incarceration has a lasting impact not only on the individual, but overall community well-being. Also, the impacts of the pandemic can go underestimated. Prior to the pandemic, exposing major systematic flaws, the past 2 decades sustained declines in both violent crime and incarceration, showing that community-driven safety efforts have in fact been impactful. The goal of reducing gun violence is attainable without returning to harmful, inequitable policing and systemic practices that the city and state have stopped through bail reform, ending stop and frisk, and raise the age. Now more than ever, we need to continue to work towards undoing structural harm and invest in opportunities, supports, and services for our most vulnerable. Really understanding the drivers of gun violence is the first step in preventing gun violence. Our report, You Gotta Make Your Own Heaven, surveyed over 300 young people in neighborhoods most impacted to see why they were using guns in the first place. And the findings showed that these kids are using guns because they're traumatized, they're afraid, and they're seeking safety. And over 80% of them had either been shot themselves or had a family member harmed by gun violence. Our credible messengers across the city and across the center's programming, such as SOS Save Our Streets, the Brownsville Community Justice Center, the Neighborhood Safety Initiatives, and Youth Impact, understand this, and as a result, we're able to offer meaningful intervention and resource support. For instance, I'll give a quick example. In the Bronx, really quickly. To address gun violence, we need to also be intentional and look at intersectional violence. In March alone, we had 2 IPV-related murder-suicides, a DV stabbing of a mother and a daughter in Edenwald, and a murder of a 36-year-old mother in Bedford-Stuyvesant. So the center has scaled community-based interventions aimed at the intersection of gun violence and intimate partner violence through our RISE project, where we offer education around intimate partner violence and the intersection of gun violence, healthy relationships trainings, offering crisis management system partners and neighborhood trainings, crisis support and advocacy for survivors, and working with the people causing harm to take accountability and change their behavior through a non-causal approach using restorative and transformative methods. In conclusion, let us not pedal back to practices that will only further marginalize Black and Brown communities. The city can go beyond transforming systems to cultivate a vibrant and prosperous community that centers public safety and security for all its members. So we ask for that continued support throughout the center and as well throughout the city, the center, and our Midtown Community Court pilot program, the Youth Diversion for Gun Possession Initiative. So thank you so much, and I'm happy to take any questions you may have.
Yeah, thank you, Haley. If you could send me all that information also to my email, because we are doing tours to the community courts. We're looking to do one in Staten Island. I know the effectiveness of those community courts, so I would love to talk offline with you about that more. Thank you so much for your testimony.
Thank you for your testimony. Next, we'll hear from Darren Mack, followed by Nina Loshkijian, followed by Shanduk McFadder, followed by Julian Harris Calvin, and Alia Gilroy Nickens.
Starting time.
Good afternoon, Chair Hanks and Public Safety Committee members. My name is Darren Mack. I'm a co-director at Freedom Agenda, which is a member-led organization dedicated to organizing directly impacted people and communities to achieve decarceration and system transformation. I want to begin by stating that, everyone wants to live in a safe community and we all want a safe city. However, policies and budgets that do not center the most vulnerable people and communities is actual violence. The mayor's blueprint to end gun violence raised some serious concerns that can harm people, especially in communities of color. So what we need is a major transformation. We need a major transformation in our city in how we distribute resources. The carceral system with police, the district attorney, the Department of Corrections have been given a blank check in the name of public safety. New York City Department of Corrections has the highest DOC budget in the country, and we're getting the worst results. I want to share a personal story. In junior high school, a friend of mine was assaulted and chased by some other teenagers. I was scared and angry. The next day, I brought a MAC-10 Uzi to school. I never saw those teenagers again, but I come from a community that don't trust the police, and the police could have arrested me and took the gun off the street, but the conflict would still have remained. And people who've been incarcerated before know that conflict in the streets carries into jail and prison and vice versa. So I would say that a credible messenger who was a conflict mediator was probably the only thing that would have deterred me from causing harm before it occurred and resolve that issue. Because I believe that those closest to the pain are the closest to the solution. So if we want safety in our city, and especially in the most vulnerable community, we must identify what's working. I'm also a member of the Commission on Community Reinvestment and the Closure of Rikers Island.
Time expired.
We release recommendations that for strategic investments in the most vulnerable communities, which you can find on the Department of Social Services website. In conclusion, we need baseline funding for the New York City Crisis Management System, Cure Violence Program, credible messengers, and conflict mediators. They also need to earn good salaries. So I urge this committee and City Council to review and implement the Commission on Community Reinvestment recommendations. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We will.
Thank you, Darren. Next, we'll hear from Nina Loshkijian, followed by Shanduk McFadder.
Starting time.
Good afternoon, Chair Hanks and members of the Committee on Public Safety. My name is Nina Loshkajian. I'm a legal fellow at the Surveillance Technology Oversight Project, and I really appreciate the opportunity to testify today and voice some of our concerns with the blueprint. As we've heard powerfully, New York must address gun violence, but the mayor's plan replicates dangerous and discredited strategies that will only endanger our communities and not protect them. Today, I'm going to be focusing in particular on facial recognition and gun detection technology. First, when it comes to gun detection, spending millions of dollars on this pseudoscience is only going to accomplish one thing, and that's wasting taxpayer money. The mayor has failed to identify what vendors and technologies he's evaluating, but we're particularly concerned about the use of object or behavior recognition. This untested technology risks mistaking everyday items for a gun, and it can be blocked by something as simple as a coat pocket. It will inundate NYPD officers with false reports of guns and send them charging into potentially deadly encounters. Second, the blueprint touts facial recognition technology as a solution to gun violence, but this in reality will only harm New Yorkers and particularly Black and Brown New Yorkers. The software is biased, broken, and antithetical to a democratic society. The AI it runs on is infected by human bias, and it is more likely to misidentify women of color than white men. Numerous people, disproportionately Black, have been wrongly arrested after being misidentified because of facial recognition. In their testimony earlier, the NYPD attempted to assuage these types of concerns by reiterating their formal policy that facial recognition is never the sole means to make an arrest, but only part of larger case building efforts. What this really means is that facial recognition evades judicial scrutiny. Judges are not able to assess the reliability of the evidence and never fully get their day in court. I'll wrap up shortly. We've seen with facial recognition technology that defendants are rarely told when the technology leads to their arrest. With both facial recognition and gun detection, the mayor is being sold a bill of goods, and these things will not make our city safer. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today.
Thank you so much, Nina. Next, we'll hear from Shanduk McFadden.
Starting time.
Good day, Madam Chair Hanks. Good day, Public Safety Committee and everyone else on the call, especially my community members. You know, so often the community members are there to speak after all the voices have spoken and left the building. And so often the major issues that we're talking about and fighting for are not heard by the mass majority. And we all have been listening. I've been on since 10 o'clock, and we've heard many different issues in regards to the mayor's blueprint. I want to just focus on 2 points for my time. One would be when we look at a 16 or 17-year-old possibly being charged with a weapon. If they do have a weapon, it states in the mayor's blueprint plan that the district attorney's office would have a discretion if that young person does not give up who they had retrieved this weapon from, how they obtained this weapon, given the discretion to the prosecution as to which to charge them in family court or criminal court. And we know the difference in that. And I think that is something that we should really look at before we charge someone just because they don't want to give up how they obtained that gun, because the cycle of violence continues if they put somebody's name in that arrest that's still solely with them. Next, I'd like to definitely focus on the crisis management system. I am the CEO and founder of GMAC Inc., which is Gangsters Making Astronomical Community Changes. GMAC is a 501c3 nonprofit focused on gun violence prevention based on public health issues. I'm a former incarcerated person at the age of 16. I joined the Bloods on Rikers Island. And when I got older, I changed my mind. I started this work because these opportunities were not there for me. There was no programs to prevent me from picking up a gun and changing my lifestyle, which is why we created this network in New York City, which we know as the crisis management system. I came up under the de Blasio administration, one of the first grassroots organizations to receive funding under what was only known as the Cure Violence model, which grew to become the crisis management system. In this time, there's so many different issues. And when we look at the blueprint talks about empowering, got you, sir. The blueprint talks about empowering the crisis management system, but I believe we are already empowered and we're not asking for empowerment. When you look at enhancing and resource, we have to really direct that. We had meetings where we discussed what the needs are for the crisis management system, and we don't see none of those detailed like we see so many other enhancements detailed in this blueprint. And that's important to identify. And to close out with an example, we have a team of individuals who may work in the hottest hours, but at a certain period of time, we have to stop working because we don't have resources. Violence don't end at 2 in the morning or 3 in the morning. It is a 24-hour job, and we need to have the resource to make sure all of the crisis management system is funded to work 24/7. Remember, it's a crisis management system, and we all need 4 components to make this happen. Thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you, Shanduk. I just have a question. What are your thoughts on once a young person, I ran a youth build program for 6 years, and I understand exactly what you're talking about as far as resources. Number one, if you could please send me that list at khanks@council.nyc.gov. So we have it as we go through the budgetary process. But 2, what do you think are some of the things that are needed when a young person actually gets arrested and, as opposed to an alternative to incarceration or jail? Like, what do you think is needed?
I think we really have to go back to, if we go back to the Central Park, right? We know the Central Park story. And those young people were in that precinct and had all types of pressures on them that later down the line, we learned that they didn't even do. We need interaction immediately, not just from law enforcement when they enter the system. When the arrest happen, we need to have community members to meet them immediately. Social workers, whoever at that precinct point. So if there's a gun, and when they get to talk to that detective who's looking to investigate, we need to have other people there to support them. I think it's important to keep remembering we're spending too much money on investigation and not prevention. Investigation allows crimes, prevention stops the crimes.
Okay, I really appreciate that. I look forward to hearing from you.
Thank you, Chair Hanks.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Next, we'll hear from Julian Harris Calvin, followed by Alia Gulleroy Nickens, followed by Mina Oberdick.
Starting time.
Thank you. My name is Julian Harris Calvin, and I am director of the Vera Institute of Justice's Greater New York program. There is a clear rise in gun violence across the country, as has been mentioned by Chair Hanks and others today, and New York City is no exception. However, to suggest that the gun violence in our city is a result of criminal justice reform is simply false. Cities across the country are experiencing similar issues, including in cities that have passed no criminal justice reform and cities that have passed criminal justice reform, like New York City and New York State. Nonetheless, violent crime trends in New York City remain substantially lower than in any other major American city. Contrary to audacious headlines and political rhetoric, New York's bail law kept serious offenses eligible for bail and pretrial detention, including gun offenses. Data from the Office of Court Administration analyzed by Vera show that less than 1% of people released pretrial in New York State were rearrested on allegations involving firearms. Advocating for changes to the bail law or pressuring judges to detain more New Yorkers, as this blueprint does, will merely serve to inflate our jail populations with no public safety benefit. Chipping away at the progress we've made on decarcerating our jails will not make our communities any safer. It will simply subject more New Yorkers to the dangers of Rikers Island, where, as you all know, 3 people died within a single month this year, and the year has only started, and 16 people died in DOC custody last year, which was the most deaths since 2013, when our jail population was nearly 2.5 times higher. We applaud Mayor Adams's proposed investments in hospital and community-based violence
Time.
interrupters. I'll wrap it up, thank you. Summer youth employment and mental health services. But his fiscal year 23 budget proposal seeks to cut the Department of Health and Mental Hygiene by 36%, the Department of Youth and Community Development's budget by 21%, and the Department of Homeless Services budget by 20%, which directly contravenes those stated goals in the blueprint. New York City must move beyond traditional policing tactics and further invest in particularized, evidence-based community violence intervention and prevention programs, which we heard about today from Ms. Ford and from others, which are proven to effectively prevent and heal violence. These proven solutions should be our city's primary and most expansive strategies, leaving policing and incarceration as a very limited, very last resort. So thank you for the opportunity to speak to you all today, and I hope you take a moment to review my more detailed written testimony. Please do not hesitate to contact me if Vera can be further support for any of you, especially you, Chair Hanks. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Please email that to me as well.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Next, we'll hear from Alia Gilroy-Nickens, followed by Mina Oberdick, followed by Darlene Murray and Eileen Mayer.
Starting time.
Hi, my name is Aaliyah, like the singer, Aaliyah Guillory-Nickens. I'm here on behalf of Youth Represent and a native of Harlem. So Mayor Adams put out a blueprint to end gun violence, which included over-policing and rolling back on Raise the Age, a key and important piece of legislation that has helped young people in our communities with the intentions to stop the gun violence in our streets, which is what I'm going to be talking about. Raise the Age isn't the reason for the increase in violence. That's number one. We have these conversations all the time, and scapegoating our teenagers was never one of the solutions that we brought to the discussion. Throwing them in jails and then releasing them back into communities that are worse than how they left them, then expecting them to flourish was never part of the conversation. That's only continuing the cycle of violence and the poverty we're seeing, the cycle of poverty we're seeing. The solutions were given by the people in the community at the grassroots level. None of those solutions, we said, included locking young people up. Solutions included better paying jobs, affordable housing, quality healthcare, quality mental health service, more mentors, better education, and we have gotten none of that. So now the question we have to ask is, what is really your motive? Gun violence is a public health crisis, and we need to treat it like that, not just throwing more cops in the streets under a different name. We can make as many names for it, calling the plainclothes unit, the anti-gun unit, the anti-gun task force, whatever. These are still the same cops with the same mindsets that were stopping and frisking kids, throwing them on cars, gates, walls, and all they did was give them a new name and a new jacket. It won't be helpful until the mindset of these police officers they are putting in our streets change, until they see us as people and respect us enough to stop coming into our communities, violating us. Mayor Adams promised us there would be prevention and intervention, but we have not seen that. More police does not prevent crime, and instead of being a voice for the people like Manhattan D. Alvin Bragg, who kept his word, we have seen Mayor Adams' blueprint embody the blue wall, where he is being only a mayor for his boys in blue, and he was elected to be a mayor for the people. There's no quick fix to this. This isn't something we can slap a Band-Aid on. We need to be sure to include communities and young people who are directly being impacted by these issues in these discussions and actually use their testimonies for long-lasting solutions that will actually lead us to see a safer and progressive city. I'm asking council members to center and amplify youth voices. If you aren't already, to interact with the young people in your communities, the ones in schools, the ones outside of schools that might hang out outside and in basketball courts, wherever, and ask them what they need. Yes, we say that we need resources, but asking them what exactly those resources are and fighting to get it for them. In the blueprint, the only investment in young people is SYP, which is a 6-week program, which we love to see, but how does that help a young person struggling with housing? How does that help a young person struggling with trauma or PTSD? I'm asking the mayor to stop thinking like a cop and instead like a person who has been impacted by these same issues he's trying to fix. And as the new author, like Deputy Mayor Banks said, to get to the root of the problem without harming the community he's claiming to protect, which includes no rollbacks on Raise the Age or any justice reforms, as well as no more over-policing. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Nickens. Well articulated point. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your testimony. Next, we'll hear from Mina Oberdick, followed by Darlene Murray.
Starting time.
Good afternoon, and thank you for this opportunity to testify. My name is Mina Roldan Oberdick. I am a legal fellow at Latino Justice. We are a national civil rights organization headquartered in New York City that works to end all forms of discrimination against Latinos and our allies. I will focus my testimony today on 3 of the plan's very serious shortcomings, but these are by no means exhaustive. First, the plan is based on the false premise that gun violence is a primarily criminal problem, despite the fact that the widely accepted scientific definition is much broader. The plan ignores the fact that New York and nationwide gun violence statistics are dominated by suicide as well as unintentional shootings, not just crime. And it ignores the fact that law enforcement also commits gun violence, as Sean Williams, Iris Baez, and many other families who couldn't be here today have so importantly highlighted. Second, the plan is also based on the false premise that gun violence is a problem that, quote, does not discriminate. That's from page 3 of the plan. Unfortunately, this framing ignores the historic and ongoing racial disparities in exposure to gun violence. Rather than cloaking the problem in colorblind language, we must name and confront the systems of oppression that make Black and Latinx communities disproportionately vulnerable to gun violence. Things like poverty, segregation, and redlining communities as high crime rather than funding their futures. Third, the plan is based on the false premise that the solution to gun violence lies first and foremost in policing, surveillance, and incarceration. The plan prioritizes expanding New York's already bloated and racially biased surveillance infrastructure at the expense of a genuine public health approach. Its reliance on unspecified new technologies and software to identify dangerous individuals is worryingly broad and vague, and its proposals to target known trigger pullers are not very precise at all, but rather lower legal standards to criminalize youth and those who possess guns. Thank you, I'm wrapping up. A genuine public health approach would prioritize long-term housing, employment, public health, infrastructures, and opportunities. It would also prioritize investing in pilots and testing, as Council Member Neely has requested. It would also prioritize robust data collection and research on the drivers of gun violence, not just homicide and assault, but also suicide, unintentional shootings, domestic violence, hate crimes, and police violence. Thank you very much.
Nina, thank you so much for your testimony. Next, we'll hear from Darlene Murray, followed by Eileen Mayer and Luis Ordonez.
Starting time.
Darlene, I believe you have to accept the unmute request, please.
Can you hear me now?
Yep.
Great. Good afternoon, Chair Hanks, members of the City Council, Josh Kingsley. I thank you for the privilege to speak with you today. My name is Darlene Murray, and I'm the founding member of the Gangs Advocates for Neighborhood Groups and Solutions, known as the Gang Coalition, whose members include individuals who has been impacted by the harmful practices of so-called gang policing enforcements, and their loved ones, community activists, advocates, attorneys, and experts. The coalition works to raise awareness about the harms of criminalizing associations and bring an end to these practices which are funded and empowered at the expenses of true public safety measures. As a mom and in New York, I witnessed firsthand the way the same so-called solutions presented by this plan, which amounts to expansive police power and scapegoating of young people, has negatively hurt young people about Black and Brown communities and didn't make our city's streets safer. By adding on to the police force and opening more jails, you're making sure that Black and Brown people live in the constant fear of being racially profiled as gang affiliations. These gang raids are nothing more than a political show. My son, Donald Murray, is living proof. For the past several years, I have been advocating for my son and others who were highly targeted, bait to the political empowered, often white and wealthy, who believe that the more jails mean more safety in our communities of color. I'm here today to testify on the record to share my belief, highlights of my son's story, and how these harmful racist plans are designed to send more Black and brown New Yorkers to deadly jails and certain trauma in order to placate these interests. It's wrong and it's very dangerous. From the time my son was a child growing up in the Bronx, the NYPD had been stopping and harassing him, my family, and his friends. Members of the 47th precinct would routinely stop and frisk him and issue warnings about having plans in store for him. After complaining to the CCRB and filing lawsuits, the harassment only got worse. I was certain my son had a target on his back and feared for my son would be framed again or killed by the NYPD. The first fear came to pass. One officer, police officer, Villavazar, had wrongfully accused my son of gun possession. But once again, evidence proved that he had been framed. In another case, video cleared showed that Donnell was assaulted by the police, by the NYPD, charged him with assault. He was exonerated. The city settled with Donnell, but the harassment was endless. But despite these exonerations, the NYPD has a workaround to actually proving that a person committed a crime, and that's criminalized association through gang labeling. While the federal government ultimately prosecutes the case against my son, the information supplied by the NYPD, including so-called evidence of the charges for Donnell, has been framed and acquitted, constitutes the basis of the indictment. At trial, Donnell was acquitted of all charges that included allegations that he was engaged in actually crime. However, he was convicted under RICO, a gift to prosecutors, according to former DAs, because of the lack of required evidence, and he is currently serving 20 years in prison. I have been living in fear for my son's life every day after. It's not right that my son has been the victim of police harassment and retaliation for standing up for his rights, exposing bad cops in our community, while these same officers got to keep their jobs, earn an income, and go home to their families. Everyone deserves safety. Creating one problem to solve another problem is never a solution. We end up having a bigger mess than the previous one. We can't incarcerate our way to safety, though we have tried. The same policing strategies proposed in the mayor's plans are the same ones that targeted, harassed, and tore apart my family without making any of us, our communities, our neighbors, my family, any safer. We need quality of life investments, not an ever-growing abuse police force that starves our communities of needed resources. The council should do everything in its power to divert funds to true solutions, including violent interrupters. It should pass our bill to eliminate the racist gang database, and it should expose the harmful proposals in favor of real solutions. I would ask the council, the mayor, and the team invite the Gangs Coalition to a meeting to learn more about our recommendations for safer communities. I thank you for your time listening to us. We will send a longer version of our testimony of the Gangs Coalition's work and stuff. We hope that you take a look at it, and we hope that we can lend a voice to real changes in our community.
Thank you so much, Ms. Murray.
Thank you.
Will do.
Thank you for your testimony. Next, we'll hear from Eileen Mayer, followed by Luis Ordonez.
Starting time.
Good afternoon. My name is Eileen Marr. I'm a civil rights union leader and activist from Vocal, New York. We are fighting tooth and nail to end mass incarceration and the criminalization of incidents such as mental illness and poverty. I am also a woman who was incarcerated, formerly incarcerated, and a survivor of domestic violence. I've been a social worker for over 25 years. I've sat here and listened to you defend the mayor's blueprint plan, but let's call it what it really is. The 1994 crime bill plus a multitude of racist and classist Giuliani-era policies with a new name slapped on it. These policies and laws did not work then, and they will not work now. Rather than implement these redundant changes, what the mayor needs to do is go back to the drawing board and create a new plan. What does curb violence and crime are violence interrupter services, educational services programs in the working class communities that mirror those in the wealthy New York communities. Affordable housing in New York is becoming an endangered species. This must end. Increased mental health services must be implemented as well. Rather than the NYPD responding to mental health calls with guns drawn and badges shining, mental health professionals must be sent on these calls as well, first and foremost. Mayor and his team must do their part and attempt to destigmatize the negative narrative that surrounds individuals, especially men, seeking out and receiving mental health services. Services and community programs are key in strengthening communities and decreasing violence. The narrative around addiction must also be changed from looking at it as a crime to looking at it what it really is, a health problem. You don't jail people for experiencing a diabetic issue or a stomach flu. Those suffering from addiction diagnoses must also receive the same treatment and compassion. What I am and many of my colleagues and comrades are proposing is not a new concept. Centuries ago, Thomas Aquinas said that you need to help to rehabilitate the so-called wrongdoer, training them to live justly as a member of the larger human, I just need more time. Larger human community. In any case, it helps secure the community freedom from injustice by deterring subsequent incidences. In other words, prevention, not punishment. Filling up jail cells and eventually prisons is antiquated and nothing less than torture. The act of incarcerating a human being is an act of violence. We need increased domestic violence services. We need police officers that intervene during a domestic violence situation appropriately and safely. When I was experiencing physical domestic abuse, the NYPD was called. They said two things to me that day. One, to me, this is what you get for being married to a Black guy. And two, to him, just take a walk and calm down, then come home. Everything will be okay. In order to receive the appropriate intervention, a dear friend had to call the state police on my behalf. The officers sworn to protect me and my community had failed miserably and nearly got me killed. We do not need the plainclothes unit roaming around and causing more harm than good. The retraining you speak of for the NYPD officers in order to curb their violence and their racism has also been proven to be futile. Eric Gardner was murdered by an NYPD officer who was trained to not use the chokehold that he used, but he chose to use it anyway. Like the grieving parents just testified today, nothing's changed. Retraining or simply saying don't do that does not work and will not work. This is not a new problem. We visited a 1994 murder committed by the NYPD, but it goes years, decades before that incident. I recall Michael Stewart was murdered by the NYPD in 1983 under similar circumstances, and his family has yet to get the appropriate justice. On the first day an NYPD officer reports to duty, after he or she has graduated the academy, that person is told by seasoned officers and superiors, all that stuff you learned in the academy, forget about it. Now you'll see how it really is done. And so goes the cycle of the NYPD abusing and murdering those who they are sworn to protect, especially those of color, LGBTQ citizens, the poor, the mentally ill, those with addiction disorders, and the unhoused. Mayor Adams needs to advocate for the implementation of the Camden experiment for the NYPD rather than throwing out handouts and manuals at officers who are not going to comply with these so-called changes. I urge the mayor to throw his blueprint plan in the shredder where it belongs. I urge he and the city council to do a massive fusion of community, financial, domestic violence, employment, affordable housing, education, and health services in the most vulnerable communities. The mayor swore to serve and protect, not to cage and murder. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Next, we'll turn to Luis Ordonez. Luis, you may go ahead.
Starting
time. Good afternoon. My name is Luis Bolaños Ordóñez. I'm a community organizer with Vocal New York. And this is my testimony. The murderous plainclothes anti-crime unit was disbanded in 2020. And it was disbanded. It didn't need a few tweaks. It needed a new name, or it didn't need a pampering makeover or new uniforms. It needed to stay disbanded. The idea of having more officers patrolling on the train seems like a bad idea. I ride the train every day, never seen them doing anything but staring at their phones, handing tickets to poor people who can't pay for the train fare. and harassing homeless people who sometimes live in the train. I have personal experience with being one of them. The blueprint involves all kinds of communication between New York State law enforcement to zero in illegal guns in high-intensity drug trafficking areas with something called a new gun intelligence task force. I think here is a more intelligent idea. It doesn't take a lot of thinking to realize that the war on drugs has been a total failure at decreasing the use of substances. It's been very successful at oppressing and criminalizing Black, brown, and poor people. An actually intelligent approach would be to decriminalize and legalize all substances so that the people who sell and consume, who will never go away, don't feel the need or don't gravitate towards engaging in violence and in guns and in things like gangs. Also, by the way, we can secure some safe dispensaries for substances, do away with overdose, which is a big problem still, especially during the COVID pandemic. And we can also get rid of that special narcotics prosecutor, use some of that money for better solutions for our people. And maybe we can start forgetting also about threatening 16 and 17-year-olds whose brain is still getting, it's still information. We're threatening them with prosecuting them as adults. The dangerousness standard is racist, and it won't go away with a small training, because the racism is at the core of a lot of our institutions. I am from Queens, and in my neighborhood, the people that I know, we brace ourselves when a police car passes by. I've seen police harassing a Black trans woman. One of them, I started recording, one of them approached me and engaged in a discussion where he defended the cops who killed Tamir Rice. I've been in the mental health hospital for my own personal struggles, and I've witnessed NYPD officers gratuitously tormenting a person undergoing a mental health crisis. I've also happened to be a passenger in a car when a person was able to show a PVA card from NYPD to an officer who stopped the car and just, got a different kind of treatment and got away. My point is that NYPD's culture is rotten to the core. It actually is more like a clique rather than public servants. And we, as a community, we mourn every single person, all the victims of gun violence, of systemic violence, obviously including law enforcement. And we try to honor everyone's lives, not by flooding the streets and then go, maskless on the subway in a display of force, going maskless on the subway during the second year in a row where COVID is the leading cause of death for police officers. We actually honor the lives of people who lost them to violence, gun violence, by trying to tackle the issues and the causes of violence. And thank you for listening to me. And Chair Hanks will be reaching out to you from Vocal New York. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Chair Hanks, members of the public, I think that we've covered everyone now. I will turn back to Chair Hanks to close the hearing. Thank you, everyone, for testifying.
Thank you so much. I want to thank everyone that has testified today. Again, that the purpose of this oversight was to help strike a balance. So your testimonies are very important to this process. So I want to thank you for that. I want to thank you for NYPD. We want to thank MOCJ and CCRB and everyone else who has testified today. Thank you very much. I'd like to thank the staff, Josh, and all of the council staff that's helped put this hearing together. And thank you so much and have a great one.